we welcome the Irish into our beautiful backyard. It's where our spirit is unbreakable, where our support is unwavering, and our vibe is unforgettable.
Incredible, stunning innings!
Our passion, our pride, our drive to win, unshakable. Because when we stand behind our team, they will dare to be unbreakable.
Absolutely sensational. South Africa found a few heroes along the way.
Get behind the Proteas as they take on Ireland in 3 ODIs and 3 T20s this December. Go to cricket.co.za to get your tickets now.
The wait is over and the teams are ready. T20 Challenge is back.
Sun is shining and I feel so good.
Come show us your moves from anywhere in South Africa.
'Cause it's a good day for it, a good day for it.
Meet the stars, feel the vibe, and experience the thrill.
That's huge. That is out of the park.
Support your favorite team in your favorite city.
Brilliant catch.
Bring your energy, bring your passion. Hashtag bring on your moves.
Golden.
I play for the Hollywood Best Dolphins.
From the DP World Lions.
Alphabet Warriors.
Gold Rush Boyland. World Sports Betting. Western Province.
The Mutiram Tuskers.
Northwest Dragons.
The Momentum Multiplier Titans.
Get your tickets for the T20 Challenge now and be there for the action. Hashtag bring on your moves. Woza nawe.
Hello and welcome to another mouth-watering encounter here for the CSA T20 Challenge, a clash between the World Sports Betting Western Province up against the Deep Ward Lions here at the WSB Newlands Cricket Ground. To my left, I've got the two captains in Daniel Smith of Western Province and Mes van Buren for the Lions, and together with match referee in Lawrence Maturas. And we're ready for the toss. Tails is a call. Lions are going to toss. What are you going to do? Right, Mitch, what you decide to do?
We're going to have a bat first today.
A reason behind batting first?
The wicket looks pretty good, to be honest. We back ourselves as a batting side, and just probably looking to get some runs on the board and put some pressure on them later on.
Any changes to the team from the last one against the Northwest Dragons?
Yeah, we got one change. The young Mortaza Manak is writing his final school exams, so he's unfortunately back in Joburg. And we got Zakwan Patel making his debut for us today.
You guys haven't been doing well this season. I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys want to finish off strong the last two games of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, not really been our campaign. Couple small mistakes here and there have cost us, but we'll certainly be looking to keep our standards up and finish the campaign strong, because that's what we do.
All the best, Mitch.
Thank you.
All right, I'll call on Daniel Smith, the captain of Western Province. Daniel, you guys were unfortunately lost the toss. I mean, what do you have done if you had to win the toss?
We're going to bowl first. I think we've had a lot of success at this ground from bowling first and then obviously chasing it down. So hopefully we can do the exact same, make early inroads and then obviously chase it down.
Any changes to the team from the last one against Dolphins?
No, we've kept the exact same team. We're playing some really good cricket at the moment and obviously qualified, so I'd like to keep it the same and obviously take momentum into the qualifiers.
You a couple of games, won 3 games on the trot already. I mean, solid start for you guys. I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys are looking for the momentum going on to the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly that. We've played some good cricket this comp. We struggled at the start, but I think we found a lot of momentum at the right time. So hopefully you can continue that and take it into the qualifiers.
Awesome. All the best, Daniel.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, there you have it. Lions winning the toss, and we'll be back after the short break.
This summer, we welcome the Irish into our beautiful backyard. It's where our spirit is unbreakable, where our support is unwavering, and our vibe is unforgettable.
Incredible, stunning innings.
Our passion, our pride, our drive to win, unshakable. Because when we stand behind our team, they will dare to be unbreakable.
Absolutely sensational. South Africa found a few heroes along the way.
Get behind the Proteas as they take on Ireland in 3 ODIs and 3 T20s this December. Go to cricket.co.za to get your tickets now.
The wait is over and the teams are ready. T20 Challenge is back.
Sun is shining and I feel so good.
Come show us your moves from anywhere in South Africa.
'Cause it's a good day for it, a good day for it.
Meet the stars, feel the vibe, and experience the thrill.
That's huge. That is out of the park.
Support your favorite team in your favorite city.
Brilliant catch.
Bring your energy, bring your passion. Hashtag bring on your moves.
Golden.
I play for the Hollywood-based Dolphins.
From the DP World Lions,
The Alphabet Warriors.
Gold Rush Boyland, World Sports Betting, Western Province,
The Mutiram Tuskers,
Northwest Dragons, the Momentum Multiplier Titans.
Get your tickets for the T20 Challenge now and be there for the action. Hashtag bring on your moves. Woza nawe.
Hello and welcome to Newlands. Match day it is indeed. And the reason why this match is played early today is because of lights being built and there's no lights available for night and all the preparations for the World Cup 2027. It is the World Sports Betting Western Province against the DP World Lions here at Newlands. And the DP Lions have won the toss and they've elected to bat first. Well, we look at all the situations and permutations that we have, the lovely picturesque ground, southeaster blowing briskly and not as bad as what we've had here in Cape Town. I'm surprised that Nate made it to cricket and not blown away by the southeaster. But before we get to Nate, let's just look at the standings. Dufferbed Warriors at the top and the Gold Rush Boland in second place with the World Sports Betting Western Province playing the bottom place DP World Lions. What a game it was at the Wanderers the other day. But the DP World Lions will be playing for pride. Western Province definitely trying to cement their place into one of the quarterfinals and semi-finals. Yeah. Welcome, Nate.
Good day, Jeremy. And beautiful skies out there. No clouds whatsoever to speak of. There we see the log again. It was a very good game for Western Province. They played against the Dolphins last weekend. Then obviously, there we see the results for Western Province.
Yeah, they've been outstanding, haven't they? And they've lost the 2 games. That was against the Gold Rush Boland. That was in Paarl, where they got comprehensively thrashed, and also against the Dufferbed Warriors. But other than that, Western Province has played some good cricket, and they've also given thrashings to opposition that they played against. One against the Dragons on the 2nd of November, then the 9th beating the Titans here at Newlands by 84 runs, and then the Tuskers by 9 wickets, and then the Dolphins at home by 5 wickets.
Yeah, it's 4 wins and 2 losses for Western Province. Here we see the results for the DP World Lions looking very bleak there. Not winning a single game this season. Last season, of course, they won the T20 challenge. This is not to be for them, but obviously they were playing for a lot of pride in this game against the WSB Western Province side. There we see the results. Last game, they played against the Eastvale Northwest Dragons, and they lost that game against in that super over. So, I mean, very unfortunate for them. Both teams scoring 181 in the 20 overs, and unfortunately not to be for that the Lion side.
Stop saying there we see. People can see at home. So don't say there we see. Just give because people are watching, they can see. Radio, you can say that. Just helping you. Got you. Yeah, Ned's given us all what has happened thus far to the Lions, but there were 3 games that the Lions were about to win. I mean, the other day at the Wanderers, I mean, Evan Jones got them right back into the game. They lost that. The game against the Gold Rush Boland at the Wanderers was another upset that they should have won. So, yeah, I've spoken to Alan Donald earlier, and he was just saying, yeah, young side, but they got to learn.
Plenty of lessons for the Lions. There we see the province side coming out. They're unchanged, of course, for them from the last game against the Dolphins. So, coming a lot of confidence and momentum from the last 3 games, winning 3 out of 3. And again, it will come down. If they can win a 4 out of 4, there we see the 2 batters out there in Rizar, Hendricks, and Rassie van der Dussen. 2 Proteas. So a lot to play for the Lions.
They've got this team off to a good start, and sometimes it flies, but it's been the middle order that has been where the Lions have succumbed a little bit. But Evan Jones with a strike rate of 235, who's just been absolutely phenomenal the way he hits the ball. They've got a good side. I mean, Connor Esterhazen, you got Richard Seletsane, and Mitchell van Buren, Wandile Makwetu. It is a good team. It's a star-studded Lions team, this. And as you said, international experience at the top of the innings, with Van der Dussen strike rate of 130. And you'd want to say if you have anything less than 130 onwards as a batsman in this term, because that is what you look at. You don't look at averages and that. It's the strike rate that's important, and how well runs per ball you average as a batsman.
Rassie van der Dussen does have 57 T20 international matches for the Proteas, together with his counterpart in Rizar Hendricks with 82 T20 internationals. There we see Raik Daniels, the youngster, playing in his 5th game here.
Yeah, he'll be opening bowling. Just the other day he was playing at Bishops. He starts with, was there a bit of bat to that? What will umpire Lauren Achenbach says, it's leg bias. Not a good start from World Sports Betting Western Province. You want to be on the money first up.
That one just going down towards the leg side. Unfortunately, the captain standing behind, keeper Daniel Smith, not able to gather that one, and unfortunately goes for runs. 4 extras there for Western Province.
Nice to see this young man being pulled into the squad. I saw him play at Bishops, and Oh, that's a nice bit of bounce there outside that off stump. And a bit of nibble outside that off stump from Van der Dissen.
Yeah, better line there from Raik Daniels. But Rassie van der Dissen really keen to get some runs going there for the Lions side.
A strong fellow. He's only 19 years of age. He's got 5 wickets thus far. Best of 2 for 21. What a perfect learning school. Oh, well bowled again. Nice line. Tidy outside that off stump.
It was interesting that the Lions winning the toss and decided to bat first on a very good track. There we see highest score this season thus far of 225 for 6. It was against the Titans here at Newlands, the WSB Newlands State ground. It was interesting to hear that Daniel Smith, if he had to win the toss, he said he was going to bowl first.
Hold again. Oh, that could be trouble. And oh, that is fantastically done and good fielding there from Jefferson Pillay to make sure that they don't get the say. And that's the type of pressure you want to put on the batting team early on.
Definitely indeed. Van der Dissen. Bit of pressure applied there from Western Province and quick shy of the wickets. Official not to be. Van der Dissen having to make a U-turn there very quick. They call him 1000, of course.
Besides the 4 leg byes that went by the first ball, it's been a very, very good over from the youngster. As I said, he's 19 years of age and playing in good company and being trained by Rory Kleinveld, who's played international cricket. You just look at the quality available. I mean, even to the disposal of the Lions in Russell Domingo, Alan Donald and Hashim Al-Mallah. You couldn't ask for a better coaching staff. Well done, young man. 1 over gone, 4 without loss.
Yeah, good over there from Raik Daniels. I did watch him a couple of times playing for SN19 side. Quite a tidy bowler for them, but it's good to see that all the players coming from the junior ranks get an opportunity to play in the bigger leagues here in the CSA T20 Challenge.
Well, I've just seen so much muck being bowled this morning, being batting this morning, and I've so much muck written on Facebook as well by people that think they know the game in terms of telling me that cricket is good and the quality. But I mean, I saw absolute rubbish this morning in terms of Test cricket. But anyway, be it as it may, Reza Hendricks, quality player as he is. Yeah, be in batting. Day 1 of a Test match and both sides are nearly bowled out, and you tell me that's good cricket. Cry me a river.
Been a tough morning for you, Jeremy.
It's been an irritating morning. I've just watched absolute rubbish on TV. George Linder, good player he is as well. The armbands, the players are all wearing armbands. It's a very important month. I just wish that we could wear these black armbands every day. We shouldn't just have 16 days of gender-based violence against women. It should be every day should be gender-based violence against women, because ladies are special in our lives and they need to be looked after and protected irrespective of what. So, but good to see all the initiatives, the black armbands worn by the players, the 16 days of activism. It should be 365 days a year.
Yeah, George Linder on the money this far. Hendricks was looking for the sweep in the first delivery.
Nicely flighted again, get the single.
It's been very important for these two to rotate the strike quite a bit here. So in one of the games here, 225 runs. So high scoring game here, or high scoring ground. WSB Newlands. Another man with quite a bit of experience is George Linder. Playing in his 227 games in the domestic scene. in the T20s.
Yeah, nothing to beat the experience that he exudes. That will go away for 4. It was just too much full on leg stump and just tucked away with ease by Van der Dissen. Or was it Riese Hendricks, rather?
Yeah, good timing there. And finding the gap, unfortunately, man is standing at deep mid-wicket, not able to cover that one.
Good fielding. There's some problems right in it.
Looks like it was Valentin Katim, but I'm not too sure. But good fielding there, cutting a definite boundary. Again, good line here from George Linder. That's the end of the second over. 9 for no loss.
Well, these are the wicket takers. Keith Dodgen, he's been right on the money. And 11 wickets in his front and well deserved. And Imran Manak, that's why they are probably at the top of the log there in second position. And then Josh Briett, who's taken 10 wickets as well with Ethan Bosch and Kerwin Mangru doing his thing there at the Warriors. So, yeah, it just shows you Lions, there's none of their players up there. And that's the reason why they're reeling right at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, unfortunately, the two batters here for the Lions currently very struggling here at the moment against Raik Daniels. Daniels yet to concede any runs. This is his second over, the youngster. Good shot there, just cutting it down to a single. But good fielding there from a fielder standing at point region. Looks like it was Eddie Moore.
Was short, pulled away to the mid-wicket boundary. But there's a man coming in from the boundary. Tried to hit it a bit more squarer. Nabi on the fence.
It was cut down by Mtiwe Kaya Nabi, standing at deep square. It was short, but tad short there from Daniels. And a lovely control shot there by Van Dissen. Just cut it down to a single. Just waiting for some explosive action here from the Lions. Oh, what a line there from Daniels. Just outside off, and unfortunately, Hendricks not able to read that one.
Like the variation, he bowled the ball before. He got pulled, he bowled it a little bit shorter. This one just outside off stump. The one before that, he got the one coming in back at the batsman, at the right-hand batsman. So that's what you got to have in this format of the game. Variation. And what is nice, it's good to see him doing it at brisk pace. And it's not just floaters all the time. Yeah, the slower ball is effective, but he's done this with a bit of briskness in his armory.
Exactly that, and that's why Daniel Smith gave him the reins to open the bowling here for Western Province. And seems to be troubling the two batters out there. Two experienced batters for the Lions side.
Well, it just shows you that early on in innings with the new ball, if you can get your lengths, your lines right, you can trouble any batsman in the world. What is there? It seems that have just come probably off the thigh pad. That was the noise heard. End of the over, end of the third. 12 without loss.
And into another very good over there from Daniels. 3 in that over. There we see that last delivery going down leg side. We did hear a noise, but it came off the thigh pad.
Now Linda to continue into his into the fourth over of the game at least. He's second. He went for 5 the first. And that's what Western Province will try and do, is to try and keep the Lions as quiet as possible in this power play. And then you can have your boundary rounders out. Remember, the law says you're only allowed 2 on the fence in the first 6 overs. So there's a lot of gaps in which you can get runs.
Does look like the Lions side is trying to build a steady partnership up on top. They do have a long batting lineup.
Again, well bowled. He tried to get him. Van der Dussen was advancing down, and then on the last minute, he decided, I wasn't going to get totally to the pitch of that one. And lucky for him, the ball didn't get the leading edge straight back to Linda.
Oh, that one just popping up a bit there. Very good bowling here from Linda.
There we go, Van der Dussen again. He's trying to hit him straight. That's what he's looking to do, not getting the elevation.
Straight, so plenty of areas to look for Van der Dussen, but not able to.
You see that's going to run away, being chased by Rafiq Daniels. Opse. Oh, well done.
Rafiq Daniels, I'm watching you. Took a few attempts there, but the young lad was well composed there. Beg your pardon, it was Mbulelo Dube.
Oh, it was Dube, I beg your pardon. Yeah, they all look so alike, these players. Got to get Bandile to invest in a zoomer. You can't see that far anymore, getting old eyes now. Where's that gone? 4 more. Well, this has been a productive over.
Yeah, that's very short there from George Linda, and deserved to be dispatched for 4 runs. Looking at that delivery, short and pulled by Rizal Hendricks. Not missing out on that one. So far on this over, 8 runs with 1 delivery remaining. Quite a productive over there for the Lions side. 4 overs gone, 20 for no loss.
So you say, you know why I was irritated this morning? I made
Here
myself...
we go again.
No, I've got to say what I mean. I woke up this morning saying I'm going to watch some good test cricketing, riveting test cricket. That's what I wanted to watch. But my goodness, when I saw some of those shots being played, I mean, you're not even a good knock thus far in this competition. With bat and ball, Jan Botha has been good for Gold Rush Poland. And he continues now, Rafiq Daniels. Oh, half a meter left or right, that was 4. And then I had to watch.
Very lucky there, yeah. The test this morning.
Then I had to watch. I mean, not that I'm not taking anything away from Mitchell Starker while he bowled in the bowlers. But goodness me, have I seen rubbish batting from top order batsmen that have played test cricket for quite a while.
But you've got to give it down to some good quality bowling by Mitch Stark. But again, it comes down to some poor shot selections from the English side.
Well, there's almost 20 wickets on day 1 of a test match. And that wicket isn't that bad the way everybody tries to make out to be. It's not that bad a wicket at all. It's more a matter of application, which they don't have. It's by time players take responsibility.
We're calling for Wacker to come back to play at the Wacker. I remember that one game there was a few cracks on the field or on the pitch. You can even stick your phone in there.
Wow, he's picked that one up. Van der Dussen, if you're going to stray short and you're going to stray down leg stump, he's going to murder you.
Yeah, great shot there from Van der Dussen. It was short, and Van der Dussen just stood and just worked with the momentum of the ball for 4 runs. Again, you see a couple of those deliveries going down towards the leg side here from Ray Daniels.
Well, Jeffrey Boycott would have said his grandmother would have played that with a sticker rhubarb.
I'm glad that the commentary has gone better, or has gone a bit subtle since then. Those all good old days from Mr. Boycott.
Yeah, they were legends, those guys. Boycott, Greg, Richie Benno,
Yep.
world class broadcasters.
Including Jamie Fredericks himself.
I've learned from watching, and even the Robin Jackmans of this world.
There we see just a quick chat there from the leadership group of Western Province with Raik Daniels. Speaking on Jamie Fredericks, Jamie, this season you've been a match referee. I mean, what's your day-to-day work in terms of being a match referee?
Yeah, it's been an interesting journey, and one thoroughly enjoyed thus far. Just to sit on the other side and have another feel of how things are done. And let me tell you, these fellows, umpires, match referees, and the officials, the PCT team as they're called, they do stunning work. I got to a game, I must tell you, on Saturday in Benoni, where we had the game interrupted. We had to go duck with Lewis, and we had all the electricity gone in the ground. So that was quite an interesting phenomenon that happened. So anything can go wrong. If the scoreboard goes out and there's duck with Lewis, that's got to be done later on in the day. So you've got to be prepared and all that. But I mean, there's a lot of preparation that goes on. Pre-match, during the match, after the match, handing in reports on the umpires and how they've done. So it's an interesting job, but lots of work.
Lots of work indeed. I've seen it a couple of times at Borland Park. But Jamie, which profession would you rather stick to, commentary or being a match referee?
Well, I'm doing both, so I'm enjoying both ever much. I've never stopped enjoying commentary. My love for commentary started way back in 1974. I mean, you were still in Dad's bag in 1974 when I listened to Charles Fortune, Gerard Verveer, the likes of Bill McLaren. And that's where my love, and I said that one day when I'm grown up, I'd like to be a broadcaster. And how lucky I've been to live my dreams. Not everybody that gets to do a job in life that they dream of doing. It took a road, because I had to go via the teaching profession.
Yep.
But it was all worth the while. And I'm still enjoying it. So whether it's match refereeing, whether it's managing teams, which I've done, whether it's just to be involved in the game. That to me is just a great honor.
Of course, Jamie Fredericks, a great Jamie Fredericks.
Nah, man.
And Ray Daniels to continue.
Oh, the umpire's lost his hat, and that one has been dispatched for 4.
Yeah, great, very good shot there from Van der Dussen. Short-ish delivery and paid off the back foot. Quick punch there from Van der Dussen.
As he delivers, boom, there goes the Laura Achenbach's hat. Took a tumble.
Just the wind that's been here in Cape Town as of late.
It's been horrific, the wind. As horrific the batting has been this morning.
doesn't get worse than CBD.
Oh, no, tell you what. Someone said to me, a friend of mine said yesterday, they were out at Pringle Bay on Sunday past. It's cut away again. He's insurance on the offside, but they'll come back for a second. It's been good running.
Yeah, good.
Suddenly they're getting their innings underway.
Yeah, good running between the wicket from both Van der Dussen and Hendricks, the two veterans here. And they're starting to move along very nicely here. They're reading this over, 10 runs in this over. Ray Daniels looking to finish off quite strong here.
Again, Van der Dussen cuts this away, this time behind square on the offside. And again, they'll come back for a second. And this has been a productive over for the DP World Lions. 32 without loss after 5.
Yeah, 12 runs off that over off Tyreke Daniels bowling. Wouldn't be surprised if Daniel Smith gives him a bit of a break there. But better over there from Lions.
Well, there's inbound tours that are taking place, the Proteas this summer. How wonderful hasn't our test team done? How wonderful hasn't our ladies cricket done? So you can get your tickets if you want to, and you can book them. Snap scan or whatever you want to do. The inbound matches, remember South Africa plays Ireland, the ladies later on in December, and then also the second test starts tomorrow in Gawati, but there's also the West Indies and the T20. But next season, 2026, it's going to be a bumper year for South African cricket in terms of ladies cricket and men's cricket. There's the Men's World Cup in February. There's Bangladesh coming here. We've got Australia coming here. And we've got England at the end of the year. So what a bumper season that lies ahead next year.
We do have a change in bowling. Driven nicely there. Just for a single though.
Nabe, yeah, he's into the attack.
Yeah, Mtiwe Khaya Nabe playing in his 53rd game here. Last game against the Dolphins, they reached a nice milestone for him, 50 wickets this campaign, the T20 challenge.
He's been around the block a while. Nabe played at down at the Warriors, played here. Was he up at Gauteng too as well, if I'm not mistaken?
That's correct.
So he's been around the block. Oh, that one's just missing leg, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that was looking to go down as I saw the delivery bowled.
Daniel Smith, the captain, is not happy with that decision. But of course not. They're still yet to get a wicket. Yeah, we see that delivery again. Oh, perhaps a sliding down the leg side. But it was very, very close indeed.
Sliding down.
A good delivery nonetheless from Mtiwe Khaya Nabe. Really fun addition on 20.
Yeah, that one just had to straighten up a little bit. Then he would have been plumb. That's a good decision. Look where the ball's been shaped. He's shaped to look down on leg side. He's looking to shape to play there. And that one just straightened a fraction. Van der Dussen, he has the tendency sometimes just to fall over.
Yeah, Van der Dussen just losing a bit of balance there in that last delivery. Nabe, some good bowling here from Nabe thus far.
Mandile, are you giving us the power play? Have you got it going? No, I'm saying at the end of the over.
One just going down towards the deep square, just for a single though. That brings in Rizal Hendricks. So good to see these two still out there at the moment. Yes, the run rate is just sitting over 6 runs per over, but it's always encouraging to see both the openers still out there.
Yeah, because this is the platform you want. And from here you can bowl. You've got big hitters that come. Game changers in Evan Jones. And if not, that one will beat the fielder. A lot of work to be done to get there. Yeah, well stopped on the fence. That was by Yemi.
Yeah, good
assisted by Dube.
Yeah, good fielding there from Abdullah Bayomi. Also, the fine leg is in the ring, so it's a short fine leg. But behind the rider there, Abdullah Bayomi, just cutting it down. Just for 3 runs. Does save 1 run. It would have been a boundary. So one more delivery remaining to conclude at the end of the power play.
Can you...
Oh, my word. It's going. Just falling short. Just 2 bounces to end the 6th over here for Mtiwe Khaya Nabe. But good shot there from Rassie van der Dussen. It was in the slot and just 1-2 bounces for 4 runs. And that's the end of the 6th. 41 for no loss.
Tomaka Rossi, he's the man there. Well, he's just been appointed by the ICC as a coaching umpire around the world, and that is just fantastic news. It's come on our group, so congratulations to Tom. Just to give you an example, that he has been appointed by the ICC as an ICC Umpire Level 2 Master Educator. So that is fantastic stuff. As Nate will have a welcoming break now, and we'll allow for Kieran to come in for the next couple of overs. So congratulations, Tom Makarosi, on that achievement. Thanks, Nate. Well, they've got off to a good start in this power play, the Lions, and from here on in, they're probably now with the field spread, look to play this and get singles every ball from here on in, and then the out boundary. And as I said, they've got plenty of batting to come in Richardson at Swane, Connor Esterhuizen, Mitchell van Buren, Evan Jones. But if they get off to a flyer, which they did, not a fly, but I mean, it was just sensible batting, as I'm saying for now. But I mean, if these two are still in after 10 overs and they lose a wicket, then you could easily push up Evan Jones up the order and say to him, listen, with that strike rate of 235, come in and give it horns here. Welcome, Kieran.
Good afternoon, Jeremy. Yeah, it's been a fairly decent start from the Lions, DP World Lions. Sensible batting, as you mentioned, 42 without loss, coming up towards halfway through this seventh over. And it's, yeah, not exactly the start they would have wanted, but they still unblemished at this stage, still 10 wickets in the bank and 2 Proteas with boatloads of experience.
Mabulele Dube. Yeah, there's bucket loads of experience, and you can always get the run rate up. But if you've lost 3 or 4 wickets in the power play, you don't get your wickets back. But you can really end up, and I think here at Newlands, what's a good score? If they get to 170, 180, we could be in for a good game.
Yeah, and I don't think this pitch is in the worst condition. There's a little bit of something for both sides at this stage.
Well, that's short. It's tries of catch it, and it's gone all the way. Yes, it has. And umpire Lauren Achenbach signals the maximum.
Yeah, Dube just dropping this one a touch too short. And if you bolt anywhere onto the leg side for Reza Hendricks, he'll put you away. We saw that earlier in the innings. This one now just coming a bit shorter and maybe just a bit of a leading edge on that one, but Hendricks got more on that than...
Yeah, the margin for error, especially in T20 cricket, is so minimal. You've got to make sure that you dead on spot or spot on with your bowling. 50 up now for the DP World Lions in the 7th over.
Pretty solid foundation for the visiting side here. Both Van Dussen on 26 now, Reza Hendricks on 20, so they will want to cash in on these starts.
That's a loose stroke, but wide it. No foot movement, just a big slash of the bat outside of stump.
Dube just straying quite a bit with his line there. Gives himself an extra ball to try and maybe get Province's first wicket of the game. Certainly been an expensive start to his bowling to the afternoon.
Yeah, run a ball from here on in with the odd boundary. I mean, if you can run a ball, odd boundary, you can get a 10 and over. What, a 10 and over from here on into the 20th, and you have a big over. You're suddenly looking at 170, 180.
Well, we've seen at this ground so far this season that almost any score is defendable. I mean, Western Province in their last game against the Dolphins at this very ground scored just over 130 and were able to defend that.
Well, just a power play, and what had happened there. Shots being played early on in the first 6 overs with 2 men up. Some of the boundaries scored. Reza Hendricks got into the action. This young fellow certainly looks accomplished.
That he is. Former SA schools player. Got quite a good frame about him. Decent action. Generates a nice amount of pace as well. You see Josh Breert about to come into the attack here from the Weinberg end. He's had a pretty decent season so far as well, Josh Breert. Actually picked up 2 wickets in the last game. Starts with a single. Flighted that delivery and just stroked down the ground by Reza Hendricks.
Nicely played in the gap. One again.
There's a real sense of comfortability and calmness about in the middle with these 2 batters. As we mentioned, 2 Proteas, lots of experience.
Well, the other day at the Wanderers, they needed, 2 runs with 2 wickets, or was it a run? And then it all went awry for them. They lost the 2 wickets and it went off to a power play. Super over.
Some pretty super fielding on the boundary there for Western Province. Prevented a certain boundary.
In the gap. It's good running. All the experience. You can still play T20 cricket and play normal cricket.
There we go again for the purists.
No, you can. I mean, the game has changed. You play your shots, whatever. But the foundation is so good for those to come still.
100%.
Because they've got all the batting, they've got all the ammunition intact. At 50 for 5, it would have been a different story. But they in command. Yeah, Western Province have kept them quiet a little bit, but they're still in a good position. And the platform's laid.
Yeah, and what Van der Dussen and Hendricks are starting to do really nicely now is just push the ball to each end of the ground, just making sure the fielders are kind of on their toes, and if they're not, they might just capitalize with a one that turns into 2.
That's what it's all about. Not the biggest of grounds, this. There are other areas like Bloemfontein and Paarl, certain parts where you run 2s and 3s very easily. But this is not really a ground where you going to run 3s easily. You get 2s here. And also with the southeaster howling the way it is, if you're going to hit the ball here, it's going to go straight up in the air. Good luck to the fielder, because the ball will swirl. The wind does swirl around in the stadium.
The wind's been swirling in the Western Cape for a number of days now.
Yeah.
It feels like weeks at this stage.
Has been, indeed.
Oh,
there he goes.
Brilliant.
Down the ground, 1 hop and a skip for 4.
Rassie van der Dussen really using his feet nicely there to get to the pitch of the ball. Going to fetch that outside off stump. Playing across the line, but that's certainly in his slot, and he'll punish you if you put it there.
Well, he's picked his spot, hasn't he? And he knows there's no fielder there, so anything there he's going to go. Now they're putting a man at cow. So where will he dispatch this one? Now he's got to make sure that he's on target. Oh dear, that's gone! That's out of here!
Might even be a no ball.
Gone for maximum. And that's in the railway line. I think that's on its way to Simonstown.
Very high full toss there from Mtiwekaya Nabe. Possibly slipped out of the hand, and Rassie van der Dussen given that the treatment it deserved. You see Rassie van der Dussen just having a word with the square leg umpire, asking if maybe that was a little bit too high. Umpire says no on this occasion.
Yeah, if it's gone above the hip, it would be caught. Umpire probably just dipping down at the last minute. Sometimes the delivery starts like that as the bowler delivers, but it does dip in. Let's have a look at this.
Looked a bit uppish. But how about that for a piece of batting? Didn't even need to hit it hard at all, just comfortably used the pace, helped it on its way.
I see how things can change so quickly. That's the nature of cricket. Suddenly 8 overs, it was now in the 50s, it's now 69. And they're over 6 point something to the over. And they'll be looking to try and get that to 7 and 8 and 9. As it gets to the end of the inning, there's wickets in hand. That's the big thing.
And a bunch of big hitters on the bench set to come in.
Good players there. Connor Esterhuizen, and as well as Mitch van Buren.
Evan Jones can also
Jones,
trunk it quite far.
Mandile Makwetu, he can hit it a mile. Interesting to see how they move forward now in terms of who comes in next and where. Well, another ball is called. Lots of work for Makarossi today. Now that ball's gone in the railway line. It's run all the way down this way. Claremont, Halfield, Kenilworth, Weinberg.
Well travelled.
Used to be my route to school. On the southern line.
Not too many moons ago, I would imagine.
No, not too many moons ago. Only about 50 years ago.
I would never say. Maybe 50 days?
Yeah. Well, we get new balls, please. Ms. Navratilova leads by 2 sets to 1.
Where am I?
Yeah, she was a heck of a tennis player with Chris Evert Lloyd back in the 70s and 80s. Martina Navratilova.
What a player. I've only had the pleasure of watching highlight reels, and let me tell you, what a player. Absolute beast of a woman. Elegant, but yet ferocious.
Ferocious indeed. Yeah, there was another great before, Billie Jean King. Now the tennising line.
Nicely brought back by Mtiwe Kayanabe this time. It's been a bit all over the show with this over, but now settled himself. Maybe that slight break just helped him reset.
Nicely played again. Push to long on. It's a single. But they've got out of the over thus far. 11. 2 balls to spare.
Yes, Jeremy. Even with that first boundary from the first ball, you would have imagined, okay, that's the boundary. Let's just play each ball on its merit now. If another loose one comes, we can maybe capitalize, but just happy to take singles here and there. Oh. Bit of an inside edge.
Lucky it went straight to the field. A little bit finer. It was 4. It's not a line that you want to be straying at. You think he's a bit fortuitous to get away with that.
Yeah, we've seen a handful of times so far in this innings whenever the ball's straight down leg side. Oh, should be safe.
Yeah, it is safe indeed. But they'll come back for 2. Like a leading edge there. Probably a bit early on the shot, but the end of the 9th over. 72 without loss, the Lions are.
Yeah, the DP World Lions just getting the rub of the green at the moment. Getting a few stray deliveries down the leg side, which have been put away for boundaries. Now that one skied from Reza Hendricks, but landed safely.
Well, it's Ireland Women's inbound tour as well that takes place definitely the World Sports Betting Ground Friday the the 5th of December, and then Sunday the 7th. Just remember, it's not a 6 o'clock start anymore. It will be 2 o'clock start at the 220 series here at Newlands because of new lights being built here. So there's no lights at night. So it will be a 2 o'clock start. So come and support down here at Cape Town and at Paarl and at Willamore Park. Support our ladies because they've been absolutely outstanding. It's a pity they couldn't, was just a bridge too far, that World Cup final. But they've now been to a couple of finals, and those shackles will be broken in time to come.
Very, very soon, I believe. Those experiences will generally end up pushing you over the line at some point. Oh, nicely bowled.
Beautiful delivery from Josh Britt.
Gets some really nice flight through the air, doesn't he? Oh. Ooh.
Oh, it's in there! And well, he just couldn't get there. That would have been a scintillating catch had he managed to clutch his paws onto that.
Once again, the Lions just about getting the rub of the green at the moment. Just little moments in the game seem to be going in the way of the visitors. But Josh Britt really does look a tricky customer.
Well, that's too short. It's a drag down. Will only be the one. He's lucky to get away with that. I just wonder, this is sometimes of bowlers that he's had 2 deliveries, magnificent line, length, he's had the batsman playing. Why would you try and do something that indifferent? Got away with it, but it could have been so different. There we go. Nice. Come on, Joshy. That's what we want to see. Beautifully bowled. Nothing wrong with that.
Oh.
Oh my word, it was down his gullet, spilt.
Eddie Moore quite disappointed with himself there. Looked a pretty regulation catch, but maybe just took his eye off the ball at the wrong time.
Well, he's bowled nicely, this fella. I like that.
Oh. I must say, really surprising from Eddie Moore. He's been quite prolific in the field with his catches. Took 5 catches not too long ago. The same game we scored 100 against the Titans, if I'm not mistaken. So really surprising to see that one go down.
Yeah. Leg spinner, always something useful. He's just bowling from the wrong end, Dennis Hobson used to come from the Calvin Grove end. I'm only teasing. No, it was a fantastic over from Josh Britt. Yeah. Many moons ago, used to watch the flair, the guile of a Dennis Hobson from the Calvin Grove end.
He's got a hit.
Oh, that was close. How did he hit there? Would have gone for all money, Reza Hendricks.
Pretty busy big start to this 11th over as Raik Daniels comes in to finish off his spell.
Yeah, that would have been gone.
Must admit though, really good running from these 2 batters, Rassie van der Dussen and Reza Hendricks. Just trying to up the ante, just trying to keep the fielders honest.
Strong bottom hand coming through. Just the single.
Slashed at that one a little bit. Came off the toe. Or at least sounded like it came off the toe.
It's been good, this young lad, Raik Daniels. Like what I've seen so far from him.
Nice.
He's got a lot of... it's could have been a bowler bowling to his field because with the power play, he bowled well in the power play too, but now he's got protection. So you can bowl to a field when you've got protection and your boundary riders are out. You don't mind a runner ball.
And we've seen with these last 2 deliveries, those 2 just coming a little bit fuller. He hasn't had a wicket to show for it, but he's had a very good spell. Only gone for 18, 3 more deliveries to come. But looks very assertive in terms of what he wants to do.
It's cut away. That'll be 4. It's well played. Maybe a fraction too short. Cut away, backward of square.
Yes, just too much width on this occasion for Reza Hendricks. That one just way too wide this time. Gives Hendricks all the width he needs and put away behind square. Takes Hendricks to 34 now from 26 deliveries.
That's a bit uppish there, down to long off. You don't mind that. It's just with the 1 delivery. Now, width off it and dispatched with disdain.
A real risky shot there from Reza Hendricks. He's a bit of a risky player.
It's down the ground. As well, they come back for a second. It's a wideish long on they've got on the fence. Well, he's done his day's work thus far. 4 overs, 0 for 23. As a 19-year-old, you don't have to feel aggrieved at all. He's done his job.
And as we saw there, Rassie van der Dussen just moving to 27 now. DP World Lions looking very comfortable at this stage. Let's have a look at the bowling figures so far. It's been neither here nor there for Western Province. It's not the loosest we've seen, but could be a little bit tighter. I'm sure 1 or 2 wickets, maybe that chance that Eddie Moore put down a couple overs ago, had that gone and stuck, maybe we see a bit of a different scenario at this stage, but we'll see George Linder coming back into the attack from the Wynberg end. Starts with the dot ball. Oh, nicely bowled. Just looking at this field, Jeremy, it's a bit of an interesting one. George Linder, left arm coming round the wicket. He's got 3 boundary riders on the leg side, 2 catches on the offside. Reza Hendricks just sent back by Rassie van der Dussen there. Was keen on the second, van der Dussen not so much. Just looking at this field, Jeremy, what do you think that points to? What do you think Linder's leaning towards here?
Well, obviously, he'll try and get it, try and force the batsman to go across the line. That's what you want, because you've got 1, 2, 3 boundary riders there. So what he's got to do, he's not going to bowl it on their legs. He's got to try and just bowl it normal, get the ball. There we go. Try and force the batsman from that angle to try and hit the ball leg side-ish. Because they'll be looking to target that boundary. And he does get the odd one, because when it does bounce off the straight and it turns and it grips, that's when he's at his dangerous, I reckon, George Linder. It's been good for Western Province, been good internationally as well in this format. Here we go. There we go. That's the one he wanted. And he's flat batted that.
Safer option as opposed to trying to go for the maximum. We did see a couple overs ago Reza Hendricks going inside out, and it was off Josh Breed's delivery. That one was put down on the boundary by Eddie Moore.
He's been just also giving it a little bit of flight and taking all the pace off because he does have the one, he does possess the one that he darts in quicker. Batsman misses and he gets bowled. 12 overs gone now. 91 without loss.
Plus, he's also got that nice angle coming left arm round the wicket, which can also, if he decides to bowl the slightly quicker one, cramp the batsman for room.
Tuba back into the attack from the Calvin Grove end. He just had the one over, went for 11.
Seemed to struggle in that first over of his, struggling to find his line.
Suppose you'd surprise us now and he might just gobble a wicket. There we go!
What's that thing?
There we go! Well, that's it. Comprehensively castled.
What's that thing they say about commentators and curses?
That wasn't. It's just feeling.
Feeling or premonition, you decide. Excellent delivery to start with. Just playing all around that one, Rassie van der Dussen, trying to maybe force the issue and go for his half century there. Just as he makes his way off the ground, had a bit of a look and a bit disappointed with how he's ended up throwing his wicket away, really. And that brings Connor Estes into the middle.
Now, that was 41. He got 49 or 41 balls. There we go. Strike rate of 127. Connor Estes comes fresh from the South African A team as well. And doing duty there. There we go. You miss, I hit.
It's generally how T20s seem to work these days. Or day one of the Ashes test.
No, that's rubbish. But I can understand T20 working like that. But if you get bowled out in a test match and you lose as much wickets as you do, I mean, something needs to be done about these players. It's just disgraceful. People pay a lot of money to come and watch good cricket. And I'm not saying it can't happen. Stop. And people are so quick, blame wickets all the time. I mean, Temba Bavuma showed you last week on a much more difficult wicket how to bat properly in test cricket. Got to bat properly. You bat properly, you win test matches. You don't bat properly, you're not going to win. This is just a good eat and giggle to come and watch T20 cricket. Has its place, but goodness me, it can never take the place of test cricket.
100%, I agree with you there. It's a great spectacle, entertaining spectacle, but the 5-day format will always be the ultimate test.
Absolutely. No, this is a great spectacle. I mean, it's good. It just, you see some of the shot. Oh, that's wired down the leg side. You've just witnessed an opening partnership of 92. Have you seen any slogging?
Can't say that I have.
Besides the one, maybe the bad shot now, Rassie played to get out. But I mean, I've just seen, and they're still within the game now. Now from here on in, you're going to see fireworks, absolutely. But I mean, you still got to play, in order to play this, you got to have proper grounding first in 4-day cricket to play this format.
Cool.
And that's what a lot of players would tell you. Ask Brevis, go and ask Sir Andre Pretorius. They're very good players. But the grounding is to play the longer version and feel better on ball. Cricket is a difficult game to play. It's not an easy game. You don't just walk in here and you think you become a superstar. It's hours and hours and hours of training and batting and mental concentration. There's so many factors.
Time out in the middle.
Absolutely.
That's how you get better.
And mentally. And the game comes to bite you when you disrespect it. And I'm sorry to say, the way I watch England play this baseball rubbish, it's not on. There's time for it when you're on top and you're batting at 5 and over and you got the opposition under the cosh. Different story. But goodness me, not a first day of a test match.
And obviously when the conditions call for it, obviously.
Absolutely. There we go. And you've got to play the conditions. You've got to play the situation. Maybe busy working here, but as I understand it now, probably going to watch again. It'd be interesting to see the shots played by Australian batsmen.
would imagine it wasn't that much better than those of the English batters. But back to the action here at World Sports Betting Newlands. Mbulelo Dube has had a pretty decent over. Wicket, and just one from it so far.
Oh, inside edge. That is very, very lucky indeed. That could have so easily been dragged onto his stumps. Yes, Fraser gets on the mark with that streaky shot. That was close.
That one just nipping back off the seam, it would appear. Getting some nice in-swing is Dube.
Now, you've got to have the armory when you get selected at this level and further up. Because batsmen work you out. That'll be wired again, and if you do have the ability to nibble it in and out, it does make you an effective bowler.
Yeah, and certainly with all the video analysis going on nowadays and all the video footage players have at their disposal, it's very easy or easier to work out your opponent.
That's in the air, and where will that one go? It's gone all the way. No, one bounce 4 to end the 13th over. And I think that brings up the 100 as well, if I'm not mistaken. It's just short of 100. But just what's offered. And that's where Reza Hendricks is very, very strong. Well, time for me to move out, have a bit of a break, get a breather, and capable hands of Kieran and Nate.
Thank you, Jeremy. And as I'm joined by Nathan while he gets settled, Reza Hendricks now looking a lot more comfortable at the crease. Now on 41 from 32 deliveries. Connor Esterhuizen will just want to make sure he gets himself in at this stage. Had a bit of a tricky start so far. Got off the mark with an inside edge that just ran away down to the fine leg boundary where he picked up a single. As George Linder is about to begin his final over from the Wynberg end. Gave himself a bit of room as Linder was coming in to bowl that delivery, did Reza Hendricks.
Yeah, good day, Kieran. Jeremy was quite a live wire in commentary, and from outside, but it's good to be back. But George Linder has been really tidy in his first 3 overs.
George Linder certainly has been tight. He still has the 3 catches on the leg side boundary, and that brings the 100 up for the DP World Lions. Reza Hendricks now back on strike. Connor Esterhuizen on 2.
Yeah, the most important thing is still Reza Hendricks is still out there at the moment, the veteran for the Lions. Plenty of experience for Reza Hendricks.
Again, giving himself some room, sweeps this one down to the deep fine leg, square leg boundary. Bit of a fumble by Raik Daniels, but he manages to gather and whip it into the keeper.
Oh, we've seen a few of those fumbles. Last one was, I think it was Mbulelo Dube. The fumbling one on the boundary.
I think it was actually around that part of the ground as well. Again on the leg side and swept down to that boundary. No fumble this time from Daniels.
You can never go wrong with a long barrier.
That's one of the first things they teach you in Baker's mini cricket.
But what's important is that they negate those dot deliveries and go for the singles just to be productive out there. And that's exactly what they're doing at the moment between Hendricks and Connor Esterhuizen.
Really great spell this by George Linder. Only 21 from it. One more delivery to come. Hasn't gotten a wicket as yet. He did only pick up the 1 wicket in the last game that they played, where he bowled with an economy rate of 4.5. Again, Hendricks giving himself some room. Hasn't really paid off this over. But 5 from it so far. That takes the DP World Lions to 103 for 1 after 14 overs. Reza Hendricks moving 7 runs closer to what would be a half century.
Yeah, good end of the spell there from George Linder. 4 overs, 22 runs. But not getting that wicket for George Linder. There you see the 2 batters out there. Still going strong. Reza Hendricks, joined by Connor Esterhuizen. He's had a really good 2 seasons, couple of seasons for the Lions, Connor Esterhuizen.
Certainly has. And with Reza Hendricks at this stage, you would think he's, 43 of 34 deliveries. He can take the game away at any moment now. I'm sure he'd want to start freeing up his arms and start looking at posting a score in the 150, 170 region even. Just a bit full that time from Nabe. Struck down to the mid-on boundary, long-on boundary, that is.
And we've seen Rizal do it a couple of times for when you're still playing for the Proteas, the T20s, able to open the batting and going the distance for the Proteas. So perhaps this could be the innings here for Rizal Hendricks, and perhaps he can just marshal the troops for their first victory in this year's campaign of the T20 Challenge.
Straying down leg side is Nabe. That'll be a wide.
Bit of a slow delivery. Bit of a slow delivery there from Nabe, just going down towards the leg side.
Just trying to switch up his delivery variations.
It's been really expensive. 22 runs in 2 overs.
Nicely timed, just behind square. Turns for 2. Gotta hurry. Comfortably run by Reza Hendricks.
There's a bit of a flick of the wrist there from Tiwakai Nabe. Perhaps looking for that slow delivery, but short and wide. Does go towards the deep point region. But again, comes down to good running from these 2. It's very important that you run the first one hard. It gives you a chance to go for that second. And the second run they got there between Hendricks and Oosthuizen.
It's nicely bowled. Slower delivery in the block hole. And just back to running the running between the wicket between Hendricks and Oosthuizen. Reza Hendricks is a pretty quick customer between those wickets. And before you know it, he could easily add another 10, 15 runs to his score within the space of 4 balls. So this is pretty decent bowling from Nabe. But Uppish looks for 2 again and will comfortably get it.
Yeah, Abdullah Bayomi just coming around there, the boundary rider, Abdullah Bayomi. Playing in his 27th game here. There we see the armband, black armband. Western Province, this World Sports Betting Western Province side is campaigning with the NGBV. So today, of course, there's a big march happening around the world, around the country, rather, just to end gender-based violence. So another good cause here from Western Province.
Didn't quite get all of that one, did Reza Hendricks, but works that one down to the mid-wicket boundary, picks up another single.
Does go to that man, Eddie Moore. I believe he did drop that catch along the boundary. One of the better fielders for this Western Province side. Unfortunately not to be. They did get a crucial wicket of Rasif van der Dussen. He's looking very terrifying out there in the latter part of his innings.
A bit uppish, but it should be safe. One bounce to the fielder.
Eight overs in that Mtiwekaya Nabe is over. And that's the end of the 15th. 1-1-1, 4-1.
It's not often you see 4 ones on the screen, or 4 of the same number on the screen at the same time.
Any superstitions there?
Probably going to spin the next delivery on one leg.
There we see the introduction of Josh Breert. done really well this season, given the opportunity to play here for this Western Province side. Playing the 7th match, 10 wickets, sitting 3rd on the top wicket takers. Best figures of 3 for 31 for the young lad.
Yeah, and he's been very good so far this afternoon, operating from this Weinberg end. He should have actually had a wicket. Unfortunately, Eddie Moore not able to hang on to, I think it was Reza Hendricks at that stage. Hendricks comes down the ground. Can Moore stop it? No, he can't. That goes all the way.
Yeah, shimmy down the wicket there from Connor Esterhuizen. Not missing out on that one. And double step and goes for 4 runs. There, looking at that delivery again. Fullest delivery and picking his mark, going downtown, and unfortunately Eddie Moore not able to gather that one. 4 runs.
Oh, picks out the gap again, and this one should make its way to the fence, and it does again. Connor Esterhuizen in the ascendancy at the moment.
This is looking very expensive here for Josh Bird. Already 2 overs. Beg your pardon, 2 deliveries, 8 runs. It's not looking good, young man.
Yeah, I also just put this down to the experience of Connor Esterhuizen. With these first 2 deliveries, I've seen him move quite a bit in the crease while Josh Breed is busy with his run-up. Just discussion off camera at the moment between Captain Daniel Smith, Breed and the umpire. Potentially something, an issue with the ball.
Looks like it is an issue with the ball. We see the third umpire coming in now.
Been a busy day for Tom Mokorosi.
Discovery Miles.
I just wonder if that ball maybe took a bit of damage with those last 2 boundaries. And
I think this is the third ball now they've used this far in this game. The thumbs up given.
I mean, 1 ball's already on its way to Simonstown from that boundary earlier.
It caught the train going from Cape Town to Simonstown.
Just at this stage, Nathan, I don't think it's the worst scenario that Western Province could have found themselves in. I mean, nearly halfway through the 16th over, only 119 on the board. So, look, Province were able to chase down 130 odd quite easily in their last game at this very venue against the Dolphins. So I'm sure they'll feel that if they can restrict the DP World Lions to a score in the 140 region, that would be traceable, especially with the type of form that their batters are in at this stage.
Definitely, and the highest score this far in this campaign was 225 for 6 against the Titans. That score was from Western Province.
Oh, that's big. That is big. Huge.
Big shot there from Connor Esterhuizen in the slot, and a big swipe of the bat there from Esterhuizen. Going miles straight down towards deep mid wicket. There you see that shimmy down the crease again from Connor Esterhuizen.
Really good use of the feet there by Connor Esterhuizen to almost turn that into a half volley for himself, making that shot so much easier. Made up his mind nice and early, and he's really laying into Josh Breed this over. Again, giving himself room, misses out this time.
Oh my word, unfortunately not to be for Breed. Perhaps just a bit of bounce, and Esterhuizen was looking for that sweep shot. Breed are very unlucky there not to get a wicket.
Oh, that's up. That should be taken. A bit of a difficult catch. No, it goes all the way.
Looks like it was Van Heerden was under that one, but unfortunately not to be. Goes over his head for another maximum. Esterhuizen is the man on the charge here for Lions. Here we see that delivery again. Sailing over Van Heerden's head for another maximum.
And this one's up again. And put down.
Oh my word. Drop catch there from Valentine Kitime. And that's the end of the 16th.
Just never looked settled under that one, did Valentine Katime. But the wind that's been swirling around in Cape Town can do that to you. We spoke about it a little bit earlier, where if you tend to sky one, the ball might just hang around in the air and do all sorts of funny things, especially off the spin bowling. And unfortunately, that's gotten the better of Valentine Katime at that time.
Yeah, second drop catch of the afternoon here for Western Province.
As I take a well-earned break, I can leave you in the handy company of Jeremy Fredericks and Nathan.
Thank you. Yeah, you can't drop them at this level. Should have got there. He got there, did the hard work. Should have taken it. Where will the Lions end? And what a chance. Well, that's just helped on its way. That was a poor delivery, and it got the treatment it deserved.
Yeah, not the line that Dubé was looking for. And Connor Esterhuizen definitely not missing out on that one. Just picking off on his legs. There from Esterhuizen. We can deliver again. But over short to fine leg for another boundary. Just one bounce for Esterhuizen.
Well, Nate, I think Western Province is just starting to lose their way a little bit here at the latter stages of the innings. That was no ball.
Wrong competition.
Well, I heard that sound and I thought, okay, what's happening here? Well, nothing was signaled by the umpire.
It's not SA20 yet. Of course, SA20 will be happening in December, straight after Christmas on Boxing Day. Plenty of action still to come.
Yeah, it's been good, hasn't it, the competition? And just chatting to Ashi Mamla on the field there, and I was just saying what makes the SA20 such a good competition. It's punchy, it's not all that long, it's only a month. I must admit that I get bored from watching IPL cricket eventually. It's too long. And I just think we got the right mix and the right spice in terms of the SA 2020. Wide again.
Again, that one just going down towards the leg side. You spoke about the SA20. I mean, we even saw from the numbers, the crowd coming in their numbers, games getting sold out. I mean, that's obviously good signs for the competition.
Yeah.
Graham Smith has done really well with that. The commission, of course.
Yeah, it's been marketable. It's been trendy. Where's that gone? In the gap again for 4.
It's going from bad to worse here from Bulelo Dube. Gets picked off on the legs. Shimmy down the wicket again from Esterhuizen. Very strong on the leg side. And another one bounce 4. Still with 2 deliveries to come.
Yeah, beg your pardon. That's a 50 partnership as well. Of only 31 balls. This is for the second wicket between Hendricks and Connor Esterhuizen. Well, he's raced to 35 of 20 balls. Oh! Where's that gone? Maximum!
Oh, it's not looking good here for Dube. Still 1 delivery to come. And that's again in the slot. And it travels all the way for another maximum. Dube. What is going on?
Went for a little bit in his first over, came back, took a wicket, bowled it good, but now he's certainly struggling.
There, George Linder, just having a quick word here with the young lad, Dube. One of the key figures here for West Province side, George Linder. So again, so much experience for Linder, playing in the 227th match here. There is a change in field. Backward point just drops down towards third, and there is still a deep point and a long off on the offside. But again, Connor Esterhuizen has been so strong on the leg side. Dube, where do you put this one?
Well, where's that gone? That's gone out of here as well. On the grass embankment, maximum again.
Again, it goes down towards the leg side, the strong area for Esterhazen. Marches on close to that 50 milestone for Esterhazen. Looking at the delivery again in the slot, and it travels towards the deep mid wicket in that grass embankment. And 150 runs comes up for the Lions.
Well, they've paced their innings well. They've got 3 to go. From here, you can give it the kitchen sink. 9 wickets in hand, and you get another 40 runs of the last 3. You've got nearly 200 on the board. I said 180 would be the target at the way they were going, and they've played. Now they've done the hard work early on, and now they're playing their shots.
There we see another change. Abdullah Bayomi gets introduced now. Maybe with 6 wickets to his name. Let's see if he manages to get the breakthrough in this partnership. A very good partnership, second wicket partnership for the Lions.
Best of 2 for 21. Taking all the pace off the delivery. Get a single.
A good start here from Abdullah Bayomi. Need to add a bit of variety here, just to ensure that, make sure that the less runs gets taken here from the Lions. Look for the dot deliveries, singles.
It's so difficult to build dots at the back end of an innings. When there's an onslaught, and he gets the wicket. Oh, the end of Reza Edwards. Well played, 49. Eventually.
Yeah, short delivery there from Bayomi, and it finds the hands of Jivishan Pile standing at long off. And Connie Esterhazen is falling short of that 50 milestone, going down 47 runs. Well deserved knock there from Esterhazen. And now that's 2 wickets down now for the Lions. Here we see Evan Jones, the man with the power hitter. Evan Jones is now being introduced. Popped up the order, was due to be coming in at 6, but now coming at 4. Evan Jones.
Well, it's the right thing to do. You want your punch hitters now, and you want your big hitters. He's got a strike rate of 235. Why not he now? He can still make hay while the sun shines. And it is shining brightly at Newlands. The Lions are in an absolutely commanding position at 154 for 2.
There we see his figures there, 630 runs. Most important part is that strike rate of 134, 143.5.
I was striking at a 235 the other day at the Wanderers.
Only wish that the Lions did this early in the campaign. Wouldn't be sitting at playing 5 games and losing all 5.
Yeah, that is their own fault. The previous winners of this competition, I think 2 years in a row. But this season, they've left games out hanging that they should have won. And that's their own fault. At least 3 games I can recall back. If I look at that, the Lions should have won. That would have been another 12 points. They'd have been right in it. Slower delivery seemed to be working. He's taken all the pace of that. Now, hear me? Jones off the mark. Now, he's not a guy who want to give width or give any length that he's going to get that bat underneath it, because he can hit it a mile. Beautifully played by Reza Hendricks. What a shot. 50 up.
Yeah, great good shot there from Hendricks. And that brings up another well-deserved milestone there from Hendricks. 50 up of 40 deliveries. 53 runs, 40 deliveries. Beautiful shot. Just lofted over the covers. Here we see that shot again. Just one bounce for.
That's maximum. Early's picked that up, and what an over this is now for the men from the DP World Lions.
No effort whatsoever there from Hendricks. Short delivery. Plenty of time out of that one. And dispatched towards deep mid wicket. There was a fielder there, but just sailing over the head of Ray Daniels. Already 12 runs in this over.
Well, you can afford to lose wickets, but the runs are coming. That's in the air. It's going to fall safely.
Now that one just dropping short. Peeler is staying at long off. And that's the end to another expensive over here for Bayomi. 13 runs off it. But the most important thing, getting that crucial wicket of Connor Esterhuizen. That is 166 for 2 after 18. Healthy run rate here for the Lions, 9.2. Where do you see this one going in the last 2 overs? Perhaps between 180 and 200.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. If this over goes for 40, there'll be 180. They can really push to get to 190, almost 200 here. In the last 12 balls. And say 8 of them go for boundaries. Then you're in business. Jones on strike. He's on 1. He is dangerous, this fella.
235 strike rate in last game. Sure. But yet, they still didn't manage to get a win over the Northwest Dragons.
Well, wasn't his fault. There were 2 men that had to get 1 run, and they both got in there. They both got out.
It came down to super over in the end. They still lost the game. Oh, my word. But again, it comes down to this game. They need to get a win here. Just get some pride back into the Lions. The pride of Lions.
Slinger Malinga. He's bowled that so round-armed.
Some bit of variety there from Nabe. Seen a few with the wrist movement from Nabe. Just taking place off the ball. Before start.
That's gone out of here too. Maximum. There we go.
Another one in the slot and finds the same treatment towards the deep mid-wicket region there. Eddie Moore looking for that ball. Hendricks taking the charge back onto this Western Province side. They're looking at the delivery. It was in the slot. And both Esterhuizen and Hendricks have been looking very strong on the leg side. Now moves on to 67, 6-7 here for Hendricks.
Down the ground again. Just the one.
One just going towards a long off, just for single. And Evan Jones. Here to see the explosiveness of Evan Jones. Just 2 deliveries remaining in this over for Nabe. Have to see, you could see another Slinger Malinga.
Where's that gone? Has he missed this? It's going to fall safe. Fortuitous for the Lions. Happy days.
Evan Jones will come to himself very lucky there. Finding the bottom part of the bat, not getting a full blade. And just falling short by the man standing a long off. Now they're taking pace off the ball there.
That's wide. My goodness.
Already 12 runs in this over. Still with 1 delivery to come. Not the way that Tiwakai Nabu would like to finish his spell of 4 overs. Really gone past the economy of 10.
Yeah, he's been expensive, hasn't he? Wide again.
This is not good. This is definitely not good from Nabe. All the experience in the world and again, not hitting the right mark. "13 runs now. Nabe needs to finish off strong here.
That's pulled away. Only get the single. But that still leaves Jones on strike. 180 for 2.
Now, the most important thing is to have Evan Jones on strike. 19 overs gone. 1 remaining with Evan Jones on strike.
Onabi has been expensive, hasn't he? Went for 44 in his 4 and wicketless.
Economy of 11. Who do they give the final over to? Is the most important question. Just a bit of a consultation between Hendricks and Jones. Looks like it will be Dube. He gave it to
ask the kid to do a job for you, yeah, Nate.
So much pressure on the hands of Mbulelo Dube. Daniel Smith, George Linder. What would you tell Dube at the moment?
Well, as bowl as straight as possible and try and contain them as much as possible. You're bowling to an informed batsman, Reza Hendricks. You got another bludgeon guy in Evan Jones who can hit it anywhere. Now this is a tall ask for a young lad.
Well, let's hope for the best for him. But again, you did allude to the fact that just bowl it nice and straight. If the batter misses it, it does give you an opportunity to get that wicket.
Oh, that's gone. Now, where's the young man's confidence gone? He's gone for maximum the first ball.
Jeremy Fredericks advising the young man to go straight, and they went straight, and maximum there from Evan Jones. It was again on the money here for Evan Jones, stepping back and going all the way. Big maximum, second tier.
That's a big shot.
Now we see Eddie Moore now, just having a quick word now with Dube.
I said full straight on his feet. You can watch what he's saying. But Jones just gave himself that extra bit of room.
Bit of lip reading here from Jeremy Fredericks.
He stands very deep in this crease. That's the big thing. Where's he swung that? Oh, is that dropped? Katimi again. It's a much more difficult chance than the first, but you got to take them at these levels, young man.
Looks very disappointed there. Let's see if it was a chance. It was a chance and it was dropped. Came flying towards Valentine Katime, and the second drop for him this afternoon. That must be really disappointing for him. But that ball whistled towards his direction, towards the backward point region.
This is in the air again, and dropped again. My goodness me. This Western Province catching has been woeful, to say the least.
Another drop catch here from Eddie Moore. 4 catches in this innings. Jeremy Fredericks there. But a good effort there from Eddie Moore. Had a lot of ground to cover. But not to be very disappointed there from Eddie Moore.
Well, at that level, that he should have caught. No doubt about that. And Katimi. Oh, that's flat batted. And that'll go for 4 again. My goodness, I tell you. He gives a cricket ball a thumping.
Unfortunately, Van Heerden doesn't have the pace to get that one. And that one just flew towards behind Mbulelo Dube for another boundary. Okay, just dropping back there. Evan Jones and Van Heerden beaten. Again, another consultation here. These consultation fees are getting expensive here at the moment.
Yeah, it's now up from 2,000 Rand a minute to about 4.5. Especially when you get senior counsel.
14 runs in 4 deliveries. Expensive consultation fees and expensive over.
Oh my word, where's that gone? 6 more. 200 up. Can you believe this? The Lions have given this their all in their last match.
This is the good stuff that we want to see in the T20 challenge. The explosiveness. That one still sailing in the air. Was in the air for quite a bit of time there. One delivery remaining. Already 20 runs in this over.
Wow. Question being asked, but what an innings that comes to a close, and how well was this played by the Lions? 201 for 2 at the end of 20.
What? Good display here from the Lions. Winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Posting a total of 201 for 2 in 20.
Yeah, Reza Hendricks was outstanding. He got an unbeaten 68 to 45. Evan Jones 25 he got off just 10 balls. And we know how dangerous he can be when he gets to the crease. But the Lions have been outstanding, and just the way they paced their innings and went about their business. Raik Daniels, his bowling figures leading 4 for 25. I thought he was good. Linda with his 0 for 22. Nabe was expensive, and so was Dube.
You can include the Josh Burt in that, with including Bayomi. All four going above 10 runs per over. Here we see 201 for 2 of the 20. Reza Hendricks again marching the troops together with Van Dussen at the top. Lions winning the toss and starting to bat first and posting a total of 201 for 2. We'll be back after this short break.
This summer, we welcome the Irish into our beautiful backyard. It's where our spirit is unbreakable, where our support is unwavering, and our vibe is unforgettable.
Incredible, stunning innings.
Our passion, our pride, our drive to win, unshakable. Because when we stand behind our team, they will dare to be unbreakable.
Absolutely sensational. South Africa found a few heroes along the way.
Get behind the Proteas as they take on Ireland in 3 ODIs and 3 T20s this December. Go to cricket.co.za to get your tickets now.
The wait is over and the teams are ready. T20 Challenge is back.
Sun is shining and I feel so good.
Come show us your moves from anywhere in South Africa.
'Cause it's a good day for it, a good day for it.
Meet the stars, feel the vibe, and experience the thrill.
That's huge. That is out of the park.
Support your favorite team in your favorite city.
Brilliant catch.
Bring your energy, bring your passion. Hashtag bring on your moves.
Bowled him.
I play for the Hollywood-based Dolphins.
From the DP World Lions,
The Alphabet Warriors.
Gold Boland, World Sports Betting, Western Province,
The Mutiram Tuskers.
Northwest Dragons, the Momentum Multiplier Titans.
Get your tickets for the T20 Challenge now and be there for the action. Hashtag bring on your moves. Woza nawe. The wait is over and the teams are ready. T20 Challenge is back.
Sun is shining and I feel so good.
Come show us your moves from anywhere in South Africa.
'Cause it's a good day for it, a good day for it.
Meet the stars, feel the vibe, and experience the thrill.
That's huge. That is out of the park.
Support your favorite team in your favorite city.
Brilliant catch.
Bring your energy, bring your passion. Hashtag bring on your moves.
Golden.
Now I play for the Hollywood-based Dolphins.
From the DP World Lions,
Alphabet Warriors.
Gold Rush Boland, World Sports Betting, Western Province, and
The Mutiram Tuskers.
Northwest Dragons.
The Momentum Multiplier Titans.
Get your tickets for the T20 Challenge now and be there for the action. Hashtag bring on your moves. Woza nawe.
This summer, we welcome the Irish into our beautiful backyard. It's where our spirit is unbreakable, where our support is unwavering, and our vibe is unforgettable.
Incredible, stunning innings!
Our passion, our pride, our drive to win, unshakable. Because when we stand behind our team, they will dare to be unbreakable.
Absolutely sensational. South Africa found a few heroes along the way.
Get behind the Proteas as they take on Ireland in 3 ODIs and 3 T20s this December. Go to cricket.co.za to get your tickets now.
To Newlands, well, it's when the innings changed. The Lions have where they were. They've got 201 for 2. And what a great innings it was from Reese Hendricks. I mean, all his experience, he was ably supported from the distance. They put on 92 for the first wicket. Before the first wicket fell, 91 to be exact. And then Connor Esterhuizen came in and he got a 47 over 23 baller. And Evan Jones, we know, oh gosh, doesn't he hit a cricket ball? And he pounds it. But Western Province now, they'll have to do all the batting here. It's going to be a big score that is going to be needed by Eddie Moore and Katimi to get Western Province well on their way. But all to play for here at Newlands, and Western Province lying third and probably virtually into the qualifiers or into the semi-finals already of this competition. So it's now just a matter of how well they play. The Lions are playing for pride, and they got to that 201 and really did so in absolute magnificent style.
Good afternoon, Jeremy. Yeah, surely a very difficult task lies ahead of World Sports Betting Western Province here, and two of the guys that actually will feel like they owe the team something, they are starting off the run chase. Both Valentine Katima and Eddie Moore both dropped 2 catches apiece in that innings, which helped the Lions put on over 200 runs, and Western Province have actually scored 200 plus on this ground before, just a couple of weeks ago, against another side from Gauteng, so they'll have to do it all again this afternoon.
Yeah, it'll be the youngsters, so see apply key into the attack. You have the Lions. And he'll be coming in from the Calvin Grove end. First delivery of the innings of Western Province. Bang! Goes Katimi. He's the man on the deep boundary on the offside. Just a single to open his account with.
A real positive start there from Valentine Katimi. Nice sound off the bat, but if these two would have learned anything from the opening pair from the Lions, it's that they just need to take it easy, play each ball on their merit, and just work the singles to begin with.
Yeah, for Katimi has had a tough time of it in the field. He's had a tough time as a cricketer in terms of breaking through the international, but at least this season he's showed signs, got 100 at least in the 4-day competition and the 50, and Eddie Moore, we know what he's capable of. Got runs in the last game. And lots of it is going to be needed. It's going to be for Western Province actually to win this game. For me, the important thing is that Eddie Moore is going to carry the innings. He's got a bat for 20 overs and the rest around him.
I was actually at training yesterday and watching Eddie Moore in the nets. He looked in real good touch, but obviously the nets and an actual game is two completely different things, but he's a man full of confidence. He's been in the runs throughout this series so far. So he'll be hoping for another day of runs this afternoon.
Well, it's going to be needed from him to really get this Western Province off to the start that they need. That's cut away. Just for one. It was wide outside the off stump from Plaiki.
Yeah, Jeremy, and certainly another thing that will work in Western Province's favour, especially at the top of this innings, is the fact that there's a left-hand, right-hand combination. Western Province struggled bowling to right-handers, it would seem, whereas Western Province have an opening pair that is designed to mess with bowlers' lines and lengths.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what you want to, because that's what you need bowlers then to do. Sometimes it takes a while for young players to really make their mark. And Katimi, I know that a lot has been spoken of him at schoolboy level and how good he was. But he's had 3 woeful years, let's be honest, in first-class cricket. And this season, it does seem as if all the faith, and well, if selectors and provinces put so much faith in you, it's time you start repaying the faith. And got 100 in a 4-day game for Western Province this season, and also a 50 in was this competition. So the signs are there, but it's got to now happen consistently. That's the big thing. If you want to make it up to the next level, you've got to become consistent over a period of time.
Yeah, the Western Province selectors, as well as the South African selectors, will be hoping that this is somewhat of a coming-of-age season for Valentine Katimi.
One coming through, and especially on the targets and transformation process in South African cricket. Rabada has been a stalwart for years. You're actually now wanting, black batsmen to come through. It's important that happens. That come through in the bowling department, and there's been quite a dearth of them.
A decent track record.
Yeah, but you need batsmen now to come to the fore, and certainly it's not lack of opportunity for Katimi. He can't say that if ever he's been dropped. He can never ever say that he hasn't been given a fair run. Yeah. So now it's time for him to say, right, let me repay the faith. It's important. He's still young. Look, he's 22 years of age, and sometimes I think we as administrators and selectors and coaches put so much undue pressure on youngsters. Just allow them, because as I said, cricket is not an easy game to play. It takes time.
And just another thing to add to that is the fact that he would know that he's got all this potential and all this chatter around him growing up and coming up into senior cricket, and to try and deal with that when you aren't having the best run of form and just not having luck in the men's game, it can really take its toll on you as a youngster.
But he's also been his own worst enemy, because he's also shown a lot of impatience at the crease. And that's just the outside edge. It's not that he can't play. The fact of the matter, you get in, and it's just a thing about the modern day cricketer. When they start hitting boundaries, they think every ball must go for 4. And at times you just got to sometimes absorb a little bit of pressure, a little bit of patience, and things happen for you.
What was that word you used earlier? Application.
Application. Absolutely. Got to have application. It's a good delivery. Sometimes for a young mind to try and absorb all the information does become mind-boggling, especially cricket, because you sit there, there's team talks, there's video sessions, you got to work it out, but you got to be mentally up for it. And if you're not mentally up for it in this game, you're never going to make it, because I still believe that 80% of this game is mental, and 20% is talent. Some just have it, the Gibbses, the A.B. de Villiers, the Cullises, they're just exceptional players. But others have to work hard. If you look like a Temba, an Ashwood Prince, a Gary Kirsten, those are examples that became very, very good at their trade. But it didn't come easy. And they were prepared to put in the hard yards.
Yeah, they spent the time out in the middle.
Here we go.
Failed as many times as they succeeded.
Short pulled away on the onside. Maybe a couple.
Might run away.
Yeah, in fact it does.
Just feel Eddie Moore was a little bit too early through his shot there. Didn't quite time it, but managed to pierce the gap. Bit of a lack of footwork there as well, Jeremy, wouldn't you say?
There was a lack of footwork, and as you said, he was early on the shot there. But at the end of the day, the result was what they wanted, the boundary. He did more than Cape, this fellow, and he was so a good, accomplished little cricketer. Oh, Eddie Moore. Again, he tries, and just the one to left-handers early on in the innings.
Just a little bit too aggressive on that occasion was Eddie Moore. Something that we didn't see that much at the top of the order for the Lions. There's a lot more patience on show as opposed to what we've seen so far from the opening pair for the home side.
Yeah, the Lions were very sedated in their first 2 or 3 overs. Thereafter, they started crafting, working on their innings.
Nicely played, well fielded.
So that's something that Western Province, and that's what you, at the end of the over, it's the end of the second, 8 without loss. Me, it's always a big thing. When you're fielding as a batsman, especially when you're a top order batsman, you always got to look, what is the opposition doing to our bowling attack? And that gives you a cue to start mentally preparing yourself for your innings. Though you got to work to do as a fielder, but when you're standing at slip or in the covers and you're watching what's unfolding around you, that's where I'm talking about mental awareness, mental strongness, mental attitude, is to try and develop that little picture in your mind, so that when you come to bat, you know exactly, oh, it's that ball that did this, and this is how the batsman handled it.
Just start mapping out those reference points for yourself.
Absolutely. Oh, that's a loose stroke in anguish.
Bit of an uncomfortable delivery to deal with there from Sia Plaiki. Kind of just cramping Katime for room there. Couldn't quite make up his mind what he wanted to do.
Those are all the mental notes and preparation that you make yourself as a cricketer when you want to become very good in life. In your mind, in your prep. Oh, is there an edge? Yes, Gavin! Gone! Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, Western Province lose their first. Katimi gone.
Didn't look comfortable at all. These first couple deliveries, his first really. Katimi played all around that one. Just didn't look settled at the crease from the get-go. Faced 5 balls, perishes for 2. And Western Province in a bit of trouble inside this 3rd over. Not the start they would have wanted. They would have hoped that Katime and Moore would have laid a nice solid foundation at the top of the order, but brings Josh van Heerden to the crease now, 27 years of age. He actually top scored in the last game with 43, that win over the Dolphins.
Plaiki then gets that wicket. Van Heerden in now. Highest score of 75, strike rate of 118. You want a young player, 29 innings, 28, to be round about the 130 mark in terms of strike rate. So maybe just a little bit at number 3, under the cosh a little bit. But a good knock today, average of 32.
He'll certainly feel he's got something to offer here today. You would have watched how Reza Hendricks applied himself at the crease, just waited, bided his time. And he's also got a few big shots in his locker, just like Connor Esterhuizen did. And if Josh van Heerden gets himself in, he can pull off some of those in the latter stages of this innings.
Oh, that just cut him in half. That was an outstanding delivery from Plaiki.
Probably one of the worst balls to get as your first ball, apart from a first bowler.
Yeah, this youngster's been impressive as well. I've liked what I've seen so far. He's nice and strong at the crease.
Gets some decent height from that bowling action as well. Generates some good bounce too.
Yeah. And what a privilege for him to probably work with the likes of a great like Alan Donald as your bowling coach.
Any fast bowler's dream.
Oh.
Oh, turning for 2.
Well, they're probably so good as a batting unit as well. Got Hashim Amla as the coach. The only South African batsman to ever score 300 in a test match.
Never forget.
At the Oval.
It just begs the question why the Lions have maybe underperformed this season. They've got a fairly strong coaching unit. Maybe just unsettled by players moving in and out of the side, going away with the national team. And just haven't been able to put a run of momentum together.
Yeah, they're still a good side, no doubt about it. Well, there's still 2 more competitions to play. So it's still the 4-day cricket, which resumes probably after this. We'll have a period where the T20... Well, they're coming back for the second. They'll have to... Oh, my goodness, if that been direct hit, it would have been gone for all money. Wow.
Some nice pressure trying to be created here by the Western Province batters, Eddie Moore and Josh van Heerden. Move nice and quickly in between the wicket as well. And once again, that left-hand, right-hand combination. Just trying to unsettle the bowling unit, who are clearly in the ascendancy at the moment.
Oh, that's flat batted over the top.
Coming back, no.
That was good fielding on the boundary. Who was that down there? Looks like, to me, like Richard Seletswane. He didn't bat today. Normally bats at number 3. But I suppose the situation did ask for Esterhazy and Jones today to come. Because he's normally quite an accomplished. Well, this is the fixtures. Tomorrow morning at 5:30 in Guwahati. Second test, South Africa got themselves to win the first test. And I bet you...
KG.
And South Africa, I just got a sneaking feeling that they're going to be on top of their game tomorrow. And be nice to win a series in India again after 15 years. And beat India at home soil. And even if we get a draw out of the second test, it will be marvelous. Well, there'll be no Kagiso Rabada tomorrow, as he's still struggling with a rib injury. I don't know where he ran into or who bowled him in the ribs.
My question would be, why is KG batting so long in the nets to be getting those types of deliveries?
Well, he's a batsman these days. We saw how he batted in Pakistan.
Finally, his technique got something that it deserved. The runs it deserved.
Oh, that cost South Africa to win the test with him and Senyoran Muthusamy putting together a partnership. Eddie Moore has now swished and swashed outside that off stump, a couple of deliveries to no avail. Yeah, sometimes for a batsman it's good just to get on the other end and just get yourself in. You're not going to get every ball to the boundary. Playing deliveries like that, all you can do is get an outside edge and get yourself out.
Not very sensible as opposed to what we saw from the Lions.
There we go. What did I tell you?
That's why I just gave Jeremy a look off camera. You wouldn't have seen that at home. But looked very, very uncomfortable at the crease, did Eddie Moore. Quite fidgety at times. Throwing his bat at the ball, flashing at deliveries outside the off stump. Here we see he just walks across his stumps outside that off stump, tries playing across the line and nicks one off.
Well, it was coming, wasn't it?
Pressure was starting to weigh on Eddie Moore there quite a bit. Very disappointing day for Mr. Moore. The 2 drop catches and then not really contributing with the bat either. But that brings
both the openers though.
Both
the team also dropped 2 catches and didn't contribute to the bat. So it's been a woeful day for the opening pair of Western Province. Now Jefferson Pillay now. Strike rate of 114 in at 11, in at number 4. There's work to be done and lots of work. They need a partnership, Western Province.
and quite desperately. The required run rate at this stage stands at 11.4. Western Province well under that, only going at about 4 and over at this stage. So these two need to just consolidate, try and just rotate the strike where they can, play every ball on its merit, but play sensible cricket.
Well, that's what puts the added pressure. You walk in, you see 40 for 2, you look up at the scoreboard, you see, we got a bat at 11 and over. Now you go, okay, what goes through your mind? So this is where the mental prep should kick in. And say, right, if we can get a partnership, the run rate is now where? At 4 and over, is it?
Yeah.
And we say, right, in the next 5 overs or so, we get that run rate up to about 8. Now you're looking at another wicket down, and then you say, all right, we had 8, you're still in it. And then you have a big over or so, you bring that run rate down. More and more from 11, 8, you're batting at 9, and then suddenly and a partnership is going, suddenly you're back in the game. It's got to be the mindset.
One big over can change the complexion of the game for either side, and surely the fielders will also be reminding the batters just what the run rate is standing at, what the required rate looks like, or what they should be scoring. And those little mental aspects can also take its toll on the batters. They might just think, let me just try and smash one over the bowler's head or play an extravagant shot, and that could lead to another unnecessary wicket.
Got hold of that. It's gone for maximum. There we go. Van Heerden thought, all right, enough of this. Bang! I think, Kieran, if you lose 3 wickets in a power play, you're in trouble. And that's the big thing.
More often than not.
Yeah. You're not winning up with losing 3 wickets in a power play.
Stranger things have happened, but as we see, Josh van Heerden made his mind up very, very early there, coming down the track. Just trying to take the game to the bowlers now, settle himself at the crease. And in next to no time, Western Province have 8 off this over. You were just talking about trying to raise that run rate up to around 8 and over. It's now moved up to 5.5. So Western Province just need to be sensible and look at the little victories. Full toss.
No, that's what created. But the next ball at full, he's dispatched that for 4. There we go. Now, you force the bowler, after hitting him for 6, change your line, change your length. Bang, he goes 4.
A real beautiful inside-out stroke there. Didn't have to do too much, obviously, with that full toss. Found the middle of the bat, and placement was excellent. Not to mention the sound of the bat.
Willow on leather.
Wonderful sound, that distinctive cracking sound.
Bowling change now from the Calvin Grove end, where Sia Plaatjes, who got the wicket of Katimi, he's been replaced now by Evan Jones.
And Evan Jones, 29, looking at his T20 career, 54 wickets at this stage.
That's chipped.
That's up.
Gone.
Oh, good catch.
What a good catch. He had to come forward, and well done. So, Western Province lose their 3rd, and in the spot of bother now.
Yeah, in all sorts of trouble, the home side. Just really good bowling and field placement. Good attacking plans from the fielding side. Jefferson Pillay would have felt that he clipped that off his legs, maybe getting a single, but before he knew it, he was on his way back to the hut. And that brings Daniel Smith to the crease now. Big innings required, a captain's knock, if you will, from the captain today.
Not the fielder. It was a very, very good catch. Those are not easy. Timed it well. Timed it to perfection. Let's go see who's out there in the boundary. That was a very, very good catch. Indeed. Diving forward, never easy.
Just goes to show the difference in or the difference for the two fielding sides at this stage, with Western Province dropping 4 catches. Lions have held on to 2 already. And that catch was taken by Richard Seletswane.
That was very good. Yeah, Seletswane doing well there to take that catch. Thank you for that. Your eyes are much younger than mine.
There seems to be a bit of a problem with the Western Province skipper at the moment. Physio making his way onto the field. And there's just a recap on your screen of that first test between the Proteas and India. South Africa got that big win in Kolkata. Bit of a low-scoring game, which has become somewhat of a custom to in these clashes between the Proteas and India in recent times, not necessarily going the full days, the full 5 days, that is.
Well, if you prepare wickets like that, you're not going to go 5 days. And it backfired on them because they thought, South Africa went there. The nicest part of that victory was that our spinners came to the party and showed them in Harmer, in Maharaj. They certainly took on India back in their Omiar. And I'm telling you now what, in Guwahati, you're not going to get the same wicket like you got in Kolkata. But if you want to be a good team, I always say, you put that aside. You know when you're going to India, it's going to turn. So put that aside and then say, let's compete. Compete like hell, feel like hell, bowl like hell, and then see what happens. And look at that. That innings of Temba Bavuma in the second innings when he got that 50-odd not out, gave South Africa 120. I always said, if South Africa can get ahead by 150, 160, interesting test match. South Africa did the job. 120 was more than enough. They beat them handsomely by 30 runs.
And that's the most important thing when you go to these difficult venues and where you haven't traveled to well historically, just give yourself a chance.
Yeah, and they would have done their homework. I mean, kudos to Shukri Konda, Temba and the coaching staff for seeing what it is. They've also been, the good thing is they've just been to Pakistan and they've played there, from there on to India. It's not easy I've been on 2 tours as manager of the South African A team. You don't go to India and win. Let me tell you, probably the best chance you got, as far as I'm concerned, being there, that we had with the quicks of Buren Hendricks and Andrich Nokia when they played in the A team was when we got to Bangalore, because that to me is the quickest wicket in India. Bangalore's got bounce. It doesn't turn. It does turn, but not as much. But early on, you get a lot of bounce. So our quickies were in business there. But it's when you go to these other venues, you go to Nagpur of Kanpur and Ahmedabad and all these places, it turns, and it turns square. And don't get to Mumbai.
Oh,
in the red clay.
Yeah, let's not go
it
there.
Spins on the top.
Yeah, the subcontinent is always a tricky beast to try and figure out. So far, many nations haven't really been able to do that.
That's what just to say, if you really want to become a great cricketing nation, you've got to play everywhere in the world and win. You've got to go to the subcontinent, it's going to turn, you've got to bat like hell. You've got to go to London and to England, and you've got to know it's going to seam and swing. Weather, overhead conditions, on that. You go to Australia and Africa, it's going to bounce. So if you can, nicely played off his hip, if you can master those conditions, you become a better team, better player, instead of sitting there and moaning about the conditions and the week. If you're going to do that, and that's the mindset, good luck.
It's almost like the easy way out, really.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what you are going to encounter before you even get there. You know the tour is coming up at least 3 or 4 months before the time. So I think it's a very lazy excuse to go there, or once you're there, then complain about the conditions. Nicely played.
Yeah, that'll go for 4. No, it's going to be cut off.
Oh,
yes, trouble! My goodness me! Wow. Just bouncing awkwardly in front of him.
Yeah, not the greatest of gathers by the wicketkeeper there, but the real problem there would be the running in between the wicket for Western Province. And it seems like there might have been a coming together between the bowler and Josh van Heerden, it would seem. Or was that Daniel Smith?
For 3 now, Western Province into the attack. He's got hold of that. Smith, yeah, gone for 4. Rafiq Patel into the attack now.
Didn't quite get all of that, did Daniel Smith. But managed to still find the gap and find the boundary. Much needed boundary. Looks like the debutant that's come into the attack here. No, it's not. It's not. The debutant is Zakwan Patel. This is Rafiq Patel.
Yeah, that one is the leg spinner. Probably see him into the attack just now.
Lack of footwork there from Daniel Smith. Manages to get bat on ball. Scampers away for a single. I think if Western Province are to get anything from this game, partnership between Van Heerden and Smith is vital to that cause.
It'll be a long one too.
Comes down the track. Just picks out the fielder. This time does Josh van Heerden. Jeremy, that's what the Lions did so well in their innings. They had two long partnerships, which essentially took the game away from Western Province, it would seem.
Well, he's flat batted and gone!
Oh, what a catch.
That's a good catch. That was outstanding from Rassie van der Dussen. He timed it to perfection. That ball was always going over his head. Just van Heerden perishes for 19. Western Province in dire straits at 35 for 4.
What an absolutely wonderful piece of timing by Rassie van der Dussen. And no, I'm not talking with the bat. That a very tricky catch, ball hanging up in the air with the wind that's swirling in Cape Town. And Rassie van der Dussen really got up there quite majestically. Looked like a slow-mo in fact. Let's look at this. Oh, what a grab. It's majestically brought down. Reverse cup as well. And that brings George Linder to the crease now. Pretty handy with the bat himself, but it's going to need a big innings alongside his skipper today.
Well, they certainly already cracked this back of this Western Province batting wide open. So it's going to have to be a monumental effort, never mind a good effort.
He's got a highest score of 66 not out. You'll need that and then some more. Averaging just over 19, but I'm sure he's come in to bat at a lot easier stages in the tournament so far. Performed pretty well with the ball in hand today as well. Didn't quite get his reward in terms of wickets, but his economy rate was pretty good. George Linder.
Oh, nearly getting the outside edge. That's good bowling from Patel. The conclusion of the power play. The Lions, I beg your pardon, right on top. And this is how things happened in the power play.
And as we see there, Western Province had a bit of a good start inside that power play, getting a boundary within that first couple overs. And then once Sia Plaiki came into the attack and made the opening breakthrough, and we see Valentin Katime just playing all around, just not timing the ball as well.
Now, Western Province just never could get their innings underway as the bowling had been fantastic. They've really bowled their lines and length. This was Eddie Moore early on. That one's pulled away. That will go for 4. But to continue for the next couple of overs, it's Nate and Kieran.
Thanks, Jeremy. Just a nice pressure relieving boundary for Western Province there. As we were recapping through that power play, Daniel Smith just trying to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Much needed boundary, but Western Province still very much behind the 8 ball. That run rate now at 6.3. They still need well over 11. And that looks like it could be out. Umpire's not convinced. Neither is Daniel Smith. He's stood still.
Well, there hasn't been any indication from Lauren Achenbach, the standing umpire. There's a bit of a consultation between both umpires at the moment. Lions are convinced it's out.
The umpires say no. We'll have a look on the replay now. Was a bit of movement away there, but the Lions appealing for what looks like an under edge, but could have just been the ball swinging. Western Province could have gotten away with one there.
Noise, but I mean, not sure what it was. But Daniel Smith still out there. Very lucky. So it was after 6 overs for the Lions, there were 41 for no loss. And here for the Western Province side, 35 for 4 after 6 overs. So behind there with the runs and with 4 wickets down as well. So it's not looking too good at the moment for Western Province, but still a lot of batting to come from Smith and Linda.
Yeah, Nathan, there might be a lot of batting still to come, but Western Province, all of the batters, left and right-handers, have seemed to struggle with what the Lions are producing so far. None of them have looked comfortable.
Yeah, none of them indeed. Eddie Moore and the team up front struggled quite a bit.
But I guess you have to also credit the Lions' bowling attack. I mean, they've been pretty much on the money in terms of their lines and lengths, bowling to their fields and to their plans. Oh, nice little bouncer there.
Bit of variety there from Evan Jones. Evan Jones, just to have a quick word with Daniel Smith. Love these mini battles out there.
Yeah, quite a big lad is Evan Jones. So you would expect he can have the odd bouncer in his arsenal here and there.
Proper all-rounder, Evan Jones. Spoke about him in the first innings. Previous game, the strike rate of 235.
Jeepers. And he smashed some massive boundaries earlier as well. Oh, a bit uppish that time, but falls safely. Runs away to the point boundary and just picked up for a single.
Already we've seen 3 dot balls, 3 dot balls and 1 single. So again, these dot balls aren't really helping the cause, considering the massive total they have to chase. Just over 200 runs. I spoke to Daniel before the game, and he indicated that he's well comfortable to bat second. So perhaps the Lions, the choice of them winning the toss inside the bat first was the correct option.
Perhaps it was. At the moment, it doesn't look like it. But we have seen Daniel Smith score at an incredibly quickly rate earlier in the season at this very venue. He's smashed 50 odd off like next to nothing.
Yeah, 4 deliveries, 4 dot balls in that over. There we see the power play, the first 6. Good start here. Off the bowling of Bayer Swanepoel. There's shimmy across the wicket, and it was just that top edge. And beg your pardon, Eddie Moore had to depart for the loss of second wicket. Shimmy down the wicket there from Josh van Heerden, that maximum down towards the members section. Again, another shimmy down the wicket for 4 runs.
Yeah, those were the back-to-back boundaries that looked like it was shifting the momentum back in the home side's favour, but then not too long after that, that was the end of Josh van Heerden.
Again, doesn't help losing all those wickets in quick succession. Just ruins the momentum of the batting team.
Yeah.
You see that great catch there from Richard Seletswane.
Yeah, it really does stifle any sort of momentum that you seem to be breaking or gaining. When you get those pressure relieving boundaries and then all of a sudden lose a wicket, a ball or 2 later. Such is the nature of cricket. And there we see this wonderful catch again from Rassie van der Dussen. Just perfect timing. It's very difficult. It's very easy to get those types of catches wrong. Mistime your jump. That's nicely played. Wonderful sound off the bat, and that'll race away for 4.
Great shot there from Daniel Smith. Short delivery from Patel. Dussex, both the fielders standing, boundary riders on the leg side. So Smith possibly is the man here for Western Province. They will need a captain's innings here.
Yeah, there was a very good shot there from Captain Daniel Smith onto it. Recognized that the length very early and executed that pull shot to perfection. Takes a quick single. Tries to put the fielders under pressure. Comfortably home though.
A quick single taken there from Daniel Smith. And fielder there, Jones. So 2 more deliveries remaining in this over. There we look at that previous delivery again. Early shot, and Jones, oh, it was safe.
Yeah, it was safe. Made his mind up really early, did Daniel Smith. George Linder not about to attempt.
I think it will be very important for these two just to get a partnership going and not to lose any wickets. Yes, the run rate required run rate might start to escalate and increase, but they need a partnership, these two.
And for the Lions during their innings, it was the right-handers that did the business. And at the moment, it looks like Western Province are going to have to rely on their lefties. Short and wide, and that's a dot ball to finish off the 8th over. Western Province now 47 for 4.
Yeah, great bowling here from Rafiq Patel. And then 1 delivery that went for a boundary, but so far so good here. 8 overs gone. There we see the Proteas summer inbound matches. Get your tickets now. Unbreakable, the international season. The ODIs and the T20 squads have been announced by both Shukri Conrad and Mandla Mashimbi for the women's and the men's to come up with the India white ball series to come. And with South Africa playing against Ireland, first game is right here against Ireland for the women's. So a lot of cricket to come.
Quite a historic tour that. First time Ireland will be in South Africa on a cricket tour. So Western Province, the Proteas women, they'll be wanting to make sure that they make history for all the right reasons, which is something that they do quite regularly.
Looks like it is a change in bowling. It will be
Reza Hendricks.
Man did very well in the first innings. Reza Hendricks.
I must admit I didn't expect this. Potentially Hendricks just coming into the attack just to freshen things up and maybe just get through an over of spin, which generally tends to go fairly quickly. So maybe the Lions are trying to employ a different tactic here and eat up 2 or 3 overs of spin, which further puts Western Province under more pressure. Oh, George Linder upish, but falls safe. Will pick up a single.
just falling short of the field standing at long off.
And that required run rate.
Siaplaki.
Was that Siaplaki? Just knocks that down for another single, does Daniel Smith. But DP World Lions very happy and comfortable to give away these singles. And that also brings up the 50 for World Sports Betting Western Province.
Looks like he's trying to find a bit of space, but again, Rizal Hendricks bowling to his field. 3 boundary riders on the leg side.
George Linder goes straight, didn't quite middle it, pick up a single. So the plan is quite clear here from the visiting side, clearly trying to get these left-handers to take on the longer boundary, the square leg boundary. Got 3 guys on the fence. Daniel Smith sweeps, and this one will go to the fence, nicely placed.
A beautiful shot there from Daniel Smith. Again, dissecting both the fielders on the leg side with a lovely sweep shot on the leg side. Save your legs.
Pretty tidy over from Reza Hendricks, despite that boundary to end off. Helps Western Province's cause just a little bit, but that required run rate now well over 2 runs a ball.
13.4 is now required by Western Province for victory here. Having to chase down a mammoth total of 202 runs. It's not going to be easy, but they have done it before when they beat the Titans. And they scored 225 for 6. You're right here at Newlands. Looks like it is Siaplaki with the ball.
More importantly, this partnership now just hitting the 20-run mark, and if Province are going to get anything out of this game, this partnership needs to head anywhere near the 90-run, maybe even 100 plus.
Daniel Smith this season already had the fastest 50.
Yeah.
So a man who is capable to score really quickly, 50 runs, come off 20 deliveries.
Nicely played. Does that go all the way? Yes, it does. George Linder freeing up the arms, smashes that one back over the bowler's head to the long on boundary.
Here we go, some fireworks already here for Western Province. That's exactly what I was calling for in the slot. And again, sailing gone for 6. That's exactly what they would want here for Western Province. Look for those boundaries.
The umpire just having a look at the ball there. We've had our fair share of balls this afternoon. Being smashed.
The one is still in Simonstown. Caught a train to Simonstown.
I mean, it might be on its way back by now. Likely to continue from the Wynberg end. Oh, nicely fielded. George Linder just giving himself a bit of room there, but he picks out the fielder.
It was well short. Unfortunately, not getting anything out of that one. Short and wide. Linder just giving himself a bit of room, but good, some smart bowling here from Plaki.
The Lions will also know they don't need to be the side that need to be making the big plays. Western Province are behind the 8 ball. They need to be chasing these runs. Oh, that is huge. That is huge.
Oh my word. Another one that sails over right into, is it in the trail tracks? Railway line? No, it's not. But a big shot here from George Linder. Another short and wide delivery in the slot, and George Linder said, "Thank you very much. I will gladly take the maximum."
Brilliant shot by George Linder, smashing that one into the scoreboard against the railway stand there. And Western Province know that these two batters can be explosive, but they just need to make sure that they stay there for at least the next 6 to 7 overs to give themselves any hope of winning this game.
A bit of a consultation here from the captain, Mitch van Buren. with Plaki.
Maybe just telling him to settle his nerves, calm it down. But
long off. There's now we see long off and long on.
Tries the paddle shot. Bit of an appeal, half-hearted appeal.
The one just falling short though. But we see where the innovation comes in now. Premeditated shot there from George Linder.
Could have been, but I do also think George Linder recognized that the two fielders at mid-on and mid-off were sent to the boundary, so the only space and gaps behind is behind square. So maybe that's why I would have tried to just switch things up a bit.
So already 12 runs in this over, with 2 to come. Perhaps this is the over that Province will be looking to get.
Whoa. Very wide delivery there from Sia Plaki. Could have borderline been a no ball. Looked like the ball may have pitched off the square there, but the umpire was happy with where it pitched. Happy to just give a wide.
Really wide there from Plaki. Definitely not the line he'll be looking to hit.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that George Linder's in his head there. Definitely got Sia Plaki thinking about where to bowl, where not to bowl.
But I understand where he was trying to hit. Just outside off, nice and full, just outside off.
It should be another wide as well.
Again, he's missing that line. I understand what he's trying to do, nice and full. Wants to ball to his field because there's long off and deep extra cover. So anything that's lofted over does bring in the fielders. But
Just
again, another wide delivery here from Plaki, not hitting his mark.
Just looking to hit that wide Yorker, just inside the wide mark there, and generally those tend to go unnoticed. That one fuller, but George Linder misses out this time, picks out the field at cover. Looks like Rassie van der Dussen.
Yeah, Rassie van der Dussen has had a stunning games this far. Did really well in the first innings.
Really sensible batting from Van der
partnership of
Dussen.
91 with Rizal Hendricks, and a wonderful catch. Quite a tall figure as well.
Yeah, it's a solidly built unit is Van der Dussen. Oh. Linder just trying to be a bit too risky with that shot.
And that's the end of the 10th, 69 for 4 at this time. The deep reward lines were 77 for no loss. And again, Western Province are just behind. There we see the crowd coming in their numbers. Good Friday afternoon. Good December, boss, as they say.
It's about that time, isn't it? It's about that time. And here we have a look at the Island women fixtures. Island will be touring South Africa in the next couple of weeks. And that kicks off in 2 weeks' time, if I'm not mistaken. Friday the 5th of December with that ODI right here at Newlands. Gives himself room, does Daniel Smith. Has he found the gap? He has. Starts off with the boundary, kicks off the 11th over. Much needed, much welcome boundary, which will definitely help that required run rate.
Good shot there from Daniel Smith. Just gave himself a bit of room. Cover region, unfortunately, if the barn rider isn't able to gather that one. Some smart batting here from the captain, Daniel Smith.
This time he comes across to his off stump and down the track as well. Just strokes it down the ground, picks up a single.
Just some positive cricket here from Western Province. Get a boundary, single. Just important to rotate the strike and being productive out there. Make sure the runs keep on piling on here. And obviously building a solid partnership with Smith and Linder out there.
Goes for the reverse sweep. Ball falls short. Bounces over the fielder's head. Bayers Swanepoel doing the dirty work out there in the deep.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was trying to do in the previous over. looking for the reverse scoop or reverse sweep, and managed to find bat onto board there for Linda.
And this one just swept along the ground, down to that square leg region. Pick up a single does Daniel Smith.
Now this partnership into the 40s.
And that's all these two need to do, just keep ticking over. Oh, it's beaten everyone. Did that maybe clip the bat on the way through? No, umpire says leg byes.
Lauren Achenbach gives it a leg by. But Rizal, good bowling here from Rizal Hendricks.
Comes down the track, there's Daniel Smith. Looks like he sliced it, but he's got just enough on that to see it sail all the way to the boundary for another 6.
Some power hitting from Daniel Smith. Tall, lanky figure. He's got a bit of meat behind him there. Does manage to get over the ropes, shimmy down the wicket, and over the fielder, standing at long off. Good end to another productive bound over here for Western Province.
Yeah, not phased at all by the fielder on the boundary was the Western Province skipper there. Just having a go at the bowler, recognized the flight early on, got down to the double step to give himself a nice half volley and sent that on its way. So Western Province now 83 for 4 after 11 overs. That required run rate still over the 13 run mark, 13.2 runs an over. Western Province currently going at 7.5 an over.
Looks like the Bayer Swanepoel is replacing Sia Plaki. A bit of experience here from Swanepoel. And a bit with the SAAs. So in being rewarded with all his efforts in the domestic scene. Has been around the park for quite some time. Swanepoel.
Yeah, and I think a bit of good captaincy from Mitch van Buren as well, just to take Plaki out of the firing line after that last over, which was quite difficult and expensive. Oh, flat batted that one as George Linder, but picks out the man at long off.
No, they have
Evan Jones.
No, they have dropped mid off and mid on towards the boundary to long off and long on. So perhaps you could see another potential reverse sweep or scoop from either Linder or Smith.
Yeah, all the run scoring gaps are more or less behind square. Oh, that is huge. Really picked up nicely by Daniel Smith, and this one sails over the square leg boundary for 6, and that also brings up the 50-run partnership between Smith and Linder, which is well needed by the home side.
Shimmy across the wicket there from Daniel Smith. Just the meat off the bat now for another maximum. We asked for a partnership, and lovely partnership has been built by these two. 50-run partnership between Daniel Smith and George Linder.
Just exquisite timing that was from Daniel Smith. Walked across his stumps to give himself that extra bit of room. Does it again. This time cuts it away to the cover region. Turns back for 2. Well, should get there comfortably, and does.
Good running from these two out there. Again, the runs just keep on ticking here at the moment. You need to make sure they need to get at least between 13, 14 or 15 runs per over.
They're well on their way in this over so far, 9 from it. Oh, that's big again. Gee whiz.
Daniel Smith.
And that brings up his 50 as well.
That brings up his 50. Good knock here from the captain. Captain fantastic. Captain's knock from Daniel Smith. That 50 comes off 24 balls.
We've seen it earlier this season where he hit a quick fire 50 that helped Western Province on their way to another win. It looks like he's in the same mood today. Knows that he needs to score quickly. Knows that the team is in a bit of trouble. And that run rate's now dropped to 12.5 and over. The required run rate, that is, and the run rate achieved is now at just over the 8-run mark. So the equation itself now moves to just over 2 runs a ball, which will surely put Western Province in a bit more of a better footing than they were a couple overs ago.
They do understand they don't really have much batters to come. I mean, we still got Abdullah Buyomi to come. Other than that, there's still Josh Briett, Bulu Dube, Mtewakai Nabe, and Rick Daniel. So, all to do here for these two here at the moment.
Yeah, we mentioned it a couple overs ago. Any form of result for Western Province hinges on this partnership. The Lions will also know that a breakthrough here can almost certainly tilt the result in their favour. But cricket's a funny old game.
Tomoko Mokorosi, the vitality points to keep on piling here. The mileage. Hope he is wearing his watch.
I'm sure he should be. But he's been a busy man as the third umpire, on and off the field.
Experienced officials out there at the moment.
Those balls have been taking a right real hammering.
Looks like they have found the ball. Has been retrieved. Just a bit of assessment of the ball.
Umpire Achenbach just having a look. He seems to be happy with it.
All right, today we see the target 202 required. 104 runs more required with just over 8.2 overs remaining.
That's wide. You certainly feel the momentum has shifted in favour of the home side now, as the extras now move towards 4.
We saw Siaplaki try to hit the same mark, but unfortunately just going outside of the line. Can't understand what he's trying to do. Trying to bowl to his field, but unfortunately that one not hitting the right mark.
Oh, nicely shot. Nicely manufactured. Walks across the stumps again, does Daniel Smith. Goes to fetch the ball outside that off stump. Knows that there's lots of space on the leg side behind square and picks out the field again.
And
picks out the gap rather.
That is 100 up. And both those fielders back of square on the leg side are in the ring. Saw some good quality batting here. Intelligent batting from Daniel Smith. That brings up 100 runs for this World Sports Betting Western Province side. Partnership for 68 runs. More to come from these two.
Yeah, Nathan, and you just feel that I certainly feel that if Western Province can get anywhere between, I don't know, maybe the 150 or 140 run mark with about 4 or 5 overs to go, with these two in, they'll have more than half a chance. Just stroked down to the cover boundary for a single. That takes Daniel Smith to 55. World Sports Betting Western Province now 104 for 4. I'll be back in a couple overs, but I'll leave you in the wonderful company of Jeremy Fredericks and Nathan Kogela.
21 runs in that previous over off the bowling of Bears Swanepoel. There we see the fixtures for the Proteas, the inbound ODI series against Pakistan. First will be Ireland, then it will be the turn of Pakistan. First ODI there on the 22nd of February in Mangaung over in Bloemfontein. On to the second ODI in Supersport Park on the 25th of February. And then it's that Black Day game down in Durban for the third and final ODI against Pakistan. Good day, Jamie. What have you seen thus far?
Good day, Nate. Should I say good day, mate?
Not in Australia, mate.
Well, this has been wonderful to see that these two, but there's still lots of hard work to be done, and they got to be there for a long time. They got to be there till almost 20-30 runs to get. You can't lose wickets now, and that's going to be important. They got the momentum with them. They got the Lions a little bit under the cosh, and they've certainly recovered nicely from where they were at 35 for 4 when I last left here.
Our Lions will need to keep it very tight, especially the bowlers. But again, it comes down to the batters of Western Province. With the ability of these two able to find the areas to score runs. And it's just been Daniel Smith and George Lynn just playing a supporting role the other end.
Just having a bit of a look around, Daniel Smith. And then wide down the leg side. He got inside it. Just didn't get hold of it that probably he wanted to. But accomplished little player, this Daniel Smith. Really been having a good season thus far. And a good run of fortune with bat in hand.
Perhaps that comes with being captain. Gave the reins from the coach, Roy Clanford, to be the captain of the side and hasn't looked back.
Oh, it's a good delivery. But well dug out as well.
Western Province have JP Dumini in their coaching staff as well. So quite a few experienced coaches there for Western Province. Another end, Hashim Amla with Alan Donald.
Yeah, that's a world-class coaching staff. Donald and Amla. Couldn't ask for better. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. 4 no balls. And a free hit.
That is not good at all here for Rafiq Patel. Rafiq Patel, not the liner to be looking to hit. Man, oh man, looking at the delivery again. Nearly took the head off of George Linder.
Well, it's Nelson for 4 now. Free hit. Where will this go? Well bowled and well half stopped.
The most encouraging thing here for Western Province is that run rate is slowly starting to go down here. Oh my word. But I'll be keen to forget about that delivery.
Well, that delivery will give him sleepless nights if it's in the highlights package for the next 2 days.
Wouldn't want your coach to remind you after the game or when the preview comes or review.
Yeah, it's something you want to forget as quickly as possible.
There's still got one game to come, so perhaps it might come in the next couple of days. Rafiq Patel.
Better. It's the one. They've certainly worked on that run rate. That run rate was 11.3 when I left here, the last commentary stint. It's now at 12.3, but the run rate achieved has gone up. The big thing is to have wickets in hand and these two batting deep and deep into this innings. Oh, it's well bowled.
Yeah, better line there from Rafiq Patel to end quite a dramatic over. Just one just outside, pitching this outside leg side. And that's the end of the 13 overs, 114 for 4.
Yeah, they know the importance of the job that still needs to be done. And that's imperative that they dig deep. You've got all the experience of Linda and you've got the informed Daniel Smith. Well, the fixtures, West Indies coming. It would have been 5, but now cut down to 3 because of the calendar and the international calendar. World Cup also T20 in February in India. And that's what all the preparations for. But it'll be at Boland Park on the 27th of January. That'll be right smack bang after the SA20 that ends on the 25th of January and that starts on the 26th of December here at Newlands. And then it's Supersport Park for the 29th. And the Ping Day will be at the DP World Wanderers, also T20. So that's to look forward to. For you, the supporters, that one is cut away amongst the birds. And it will run away for 4.
Yeah, top edge there. Off the bat of George Linder. It was wide. And Linder definitely not missing out on that one. 4 runs.
Oh, that's nicely driven. That's gone all the way, has it? It's on the roof yard, the Western Province Cricket Club. That is a solid strike.
Picked it up nicely there from George Linder. Full and wide. And lofted over the covers and over deep extra. Under member section. Effortless here from George Linder.
That's a very good blow indeed. Hit. Forces the bowler now to try and change his line of attack, and he ends up bowling a wide down leg side.
Pressure's going back onto the line side now. These two applying pressure back onto the bowlers of Lions. Oh, good line there from Jones. Good return. Just outside line off. Then they're not able to pick the line up. .77 runs now required. 9.4 achieved and 11.8 required.
This is in the air and will be out. And I'm afraid Western Province loses their 5th at a crucial stage when they didn't have to. So I think the man that caught that is Plaike. Yeah.
No control whatsoever with that shot there from George Linder. It was short and unfortunately finds the top edge and Plaike under it. That's 5 wickets down now for Western Province. A good knock here from George Linder. But it's not looking good here at the moment. It will bring in Abdullah Bayomi in. There we see Abdullah Bayomi.
The problem is if you continue losing wickets like this, you really lose your momentum, because the momentum was just shifting in favour of Western Province this last period. Now, new man in again. And the fact of the matter is you're under the cosh because you've got to go at 12 and over. And you know you've got to continuously going at that rate in order to win the game. And when you lose wickets like that, that run rate just creeps up again. It's 12.2 now.
Exactly what's going to happen now, especially when a new guy comes in. Run rate will slowly start to increase. What's going to be important now is Smith will have to take the mantle here and lead the side, which he has done so far. So Abdullah Bayomi, we need to just play a supporting role here for Daniel Smith, the captain. Here we see his figures. Not much to speak of for the young man, 25-year-old, playing in his 27th match here for the WSB Western Province. And just finding the pad, just got it down towards the fine leg, but not to be. And just one more delivery remaining. It has been a decent over here for Jones, but it has gone for 12 runs. Got 11 runs, but with that wicket. Dot deliveries on top in the cause here for Western Province. That's the end of the 14th. 125 for 5.
Well, Daniel Smith needs the support of all that he can get around him. So it's Bayomi in now. With him is 2 balls that he just received. We still got, after this, Josh Breert. Then you into the tail here, in Dube, Nabe, Daniels. So, problem is for Western Province is that how much firepower do they still have left? And sometimes to say to Smith to do this on your own is sometimes just an impossible. Here it is, the debutant, the leg spinner Patel. He's into the attack now. They were both at the Lions at the academy in the Colts team and making his debut. And what a time to do so.
Mitch van Buren did indicate at the toss that Murtaza Manak is not playing because he has exams. So does allow Zakwan Patel with his debut. Let's see what the young lad can do.
It's in the air and it will fall safely. Oh, it's a bit of a dangerous shot that. Had it carried, he would have had his first scalp, the young man.
Got himself very lucky there. Daniel Smith. Zakwan Patel played a bit with the University of Johannesburg. It's leggy.
Yeah, the USA week is down here in Cape Town. Stellenbosch from the 1st to the 5th. We'll be working on that. So looking forward to see the next crop of talent of South African cricket coming to the fore. Haven't we got talent in this country? That's for sure. Never doubted that.
As for Bishlev, just got it down towards long off. That's the line that he'll be looking to hit. Just outside the line of off stump and middle for Zakwan Patel, Zak Patel as they call him.
Yeah, they both hail out of Lenasia. They're brothers, I suppose.
Is this confirmed?
So much talent that comes from right around South Africa, out of the school system. In the old days, the club system. Found the gap there. Oh, well stopped. That is outstanding fielding to prevent that boundary.
Great fielding there from Evan Jones. Had a lot of ground to cover and just keeps it down to couple. One knee to the ground there from Bayomi. There we see the slide there from Evan Jones. Great effort from the big lad.
That's in the air. Has that gone all the way? No, it hasn't. Gone. Good night, goodbye, God bless. Western Province loses their 6 and in all sorts of trouble now at 130 for 6.
Again, just an experience there from Rizal Hendricks. Just saw where he was and just popped it back inside the boundary. Shimmy down the wicket there from Abdullah Bayomi. Long off, Rizal Hendricks pops it back in the boundary and dismisses Abdullah Bayomi cheaply for 3 runs. It's going from bad to worse here for World Sports Bet in West Province.
And Patel picks up his debut wicket. And that's the start of your career. Here we go, boy. And what a time to come into bowl. What a time to get a wicket. 130 for 6, Western Province.
There we see Josh Breert playing his first season here for Western Province. Done well with the ball, but will need to do quite a bit of an effort here for West Province with the bat. Again, will come down to him supporting Daniel Smith and encouraging Daniel Smith to take most of the strike. Here we see that wicket again from off the bowling of Patel, Zakwan Patel, and great catch there on the boundary by Rizal Hendricks, the veteran.
He made it look so easy, didn't he?
It's called experience.
Yeah. You can't beat experience. That's for sure. Josh Breert hails from Claremont Cricket Club. Larry Constantia. Coach is right there in the ground. Watching the cricket. Oh dear!
Oh my word.
That was close.
We were just looking at each other. What was going on? But great delivery there from Zakwan Patel. Beat him all ends up. And that's the end to a very good over there. First over for Zakwan Patel for current 5 runs. Most importantly, getting wicket that over. 15 overs gone, 130 for 6.
Well, he'll be able to sleep well tonight. Made my debut, got a wicket. Not done yet bowling. Another 1 or 2, he'll be flying to Joburg. Because there's no other way to go, though.
First class. I'll tell the coach, first class ticket, sign me up. Looks like Siaplaki is replacing Bayer Swanepoel. Just one more over for him, for his spell, 4 over spell.
Just show me the score there. I think it's Centurion, the multiplied Titans, 248. That's cut away nicely by Daniel Smith. While the wickets continue to tumble around him, he continues to go on his merry way.
Great shot there from Daniel Smith. Just saw there was a space there in the backward point region. Step back in his crease and cut away for boundary for Daniel Smith. Captain's knock indeed.
Yeah, and he's not given up the fight yet. No, that run rate is at 14.1. I tell you, it's a tall order.
Oh, that was flirting with that wide line.
Flirting indeed it was.
But not to be. It is a dot ball. Plaki. That's the line that Plaki was looking to hit in his first spell, but managed to find that line now for Sia Plaki. 23 runs in his first 3 overs.
Oh, just one bounce to the field out on the fence. And he'll only get a single there, Daniel Smith. It's a good thing for the Lions. They'll be happy with that. Take him out of the attack. Bowl to the new man in.
And one just falling short on the field there, Richard Seletswane. Brings in the new batter, Josh Breert. What can you do, young man? Now they require 67 runs here.
Yeah, of 27 balls.
Yeah.
14.9 that run rate is.
Anything is possible in cricket.
And it all depends what becomes possible, how you make it possible.
And we've seen some strange events in cricket as well. So, but again, the most important thing, having Daniel Smith on strike, still with the 2 deliveries remaining.
The problem is you need it probably from both ends. And that's the challenge Western Province has, because they've lost those wickets at crucial times, and I think the wicket of Linda has really pegged them back a bit. That's where you keep, and so he's off strike again. He did him on the pad, be a leg by. So with 2 balls to come, ball to Breert. That's where you want to be, the tail ending batsman, bowling to them.
Oh, just one delivery. So let's see what Josh Breert can do here. But the most important thing, you need to have Daniel Smith opening that, getting strike in that next over.
Take one of the last ball and leave Daniel Smith on the non-striker's end.
Or 2.
Only 1, and the run rate is at 16 on the dot now.
Breert will be on strike.
Right, get your tickets for the inbound matches to happen. South Africa ladies against Ireland here in South Africa, and then it's the West Indies that come for 3 T20s. Before South Africa probably goes to the World Cup in India for the T20 World Cup that's to come. It's been a good season thus far. There we go. The inbound series, West Indies, Boland Park, Supersport Park, and at the Wanderers will be the pink day on the 31st of January. And hopefully we'll get great support there for cancer awareness. This young man has been impressive. Joins me.
Not too bad of an introduction from Zakwan Patel.
Oh, he's given that air! Oh, I thought he's got it through the gate.
I thought he castled him.
Yeah. His eyes certainly lit up. That run rate's climbing. He's been 2 balls, and it's been 2 dot balls. He needs to get one to get his captain back on strike. Oh.
Flat bats that one. But he gets his captain on strike. All on Daniel Smith's shoulders here.
I just wonder if it's not a breach too far. 18 and over. It's not easy.
Certainly doable, but I think it is maybe a breach too far.
Yeah, it is doable, but I think it's a breach too far. Too many wickets down. You got to take huge risks now. There he goes. Not going to get the boundary. That
Has
all
to push for 2.
That all adds up to pushing that run rate well over 18 now.
Yeah, Jeremy, just a step too far, I would think, at this stage. You would suspect Daniel Smith would need to hit at least 2 maximums in this over.
Bold young man. This is good bowling.
They turn for 2.
Is that gone? No. It's good running. But they need a boundary. And this young man, Zakwan Patel, has been good.
Yeah, the UJ graduate is a commerce graduate, currently doing his honours.
Leg spinners have always been brainy boys.
Yeah,
Well done, young man.
And he looks a real confident character.
Yeah,
too,
it
doesn't he?
does. Yeah, well, if you study commerce, it's not an easy degree to do. You've got to know your facts and figures.
Got to be somewhat thick-skinned as well.
Yeah. 144 for 6 after 17 now. That run rate is at 19.
I've seen stranger things happen in cricket, but 43 bad balls from the Lions perspective, 43 good balls from Western Province's perspective can put them right back in this game, but just looks like too tall of an order at the moment.
Well, if they win Western Province, you're allowed to shave me. You can take all the hair off that's left on my head.
I have a few weddings coming up, so I wouldn't extend the invitation to you.
Wide ball.
Is that maybe not borderline no ball territory again? Ooh,
Was close.
looked like it was just off the square there.
Bowled a terrific one over before. Four no balls. Oh. No, this is not good at all. You can't undo the good work that's been done thus far, because that's extra balls.
And especially when he bowled so well in the previous over, did Rafiq Patel. But he started off well and then lost towards the end of that over as well, if I remember correctly. Oh, that's gone straight up. Should land safely. And goes to the boundary, surprisingly.
Yeah, that's fortuitous there. But much needed, 150 up now for Western Province.
So still looking very unlikely, but still mathematically possible at this stage.
You're certainly quite confident.
Optimistic. I'm a Liverpool fan after all.
Well, so am I. Don't talk about Liverpool, please.
Oh, nice.
That's cut away. That'll be 4 more. Just what the doctor ordered for Western Province. That isn't a bridge too far. Smith continues merrily and handsomely
48 runs required for victory from 16 balls. Out of those 16 balls, I would suspect Smith needs to face at least 14. Whether that actually happens remains to be seen. But as long as the Western Province skipper is there, they still have a chance.
This young man still got 4 balls left because he bowled 2 wides, and that's the problem. And if he continues bowling wides and then goes to the boundary, that's gone for 6. Bang! Worrying times now. Is this match ending excitingly? Is your optimism gonna work?
Let's touch wood. I mean, we saw a double super over last week. Could we be in for the same again today?
Lions, if they come short here today again, they really need to have themselves looked at, because it'll be the 4th game of the season that they will get to that.
From a winning position.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, I mean, they were winning this on the canter.
Yeah. But just back to what you said about those 2 wides, those 2 extras at the beginning of the over, that also just gives the batting side more impetus, more belief. The more belief you give a team that's under the cosh, the better they'll play.
That's 4 more. Yeah. Wow. And the crowd's getting excited here at Newlands.
And all of a sudden, that required run rate that was pushing just under 20 and over is now dropped to, was that 16? 16.3?
Well, he just keeps on feeding, going wider of the left-hander. He keeps on up, you know, they would have changed the field by now. Come on. Because if that's the line he's going to bowl, you've got to have protection out there on the boundary. Where does this one go? 2 balls remaining. Full toss.
If I was captain for this last delivery, I would certainly bring the field up, try and prevent that single. Make sure you keep Daniel Smith off strike.
Yeah, the danger is if he gets a boundary. The fact is, I'd rather give away the 1 than the 4. So don't mind the field being spread. Well, the bowler's got to bowl to his field. That's what you need. Oh, he's bowled a dot. Oh. There's all errors here. An act of comedy. Well, he tried for the dot ball. He did bowl it, but just couldn't retrieve the ball soon enough. Patel.
This game has pretty much had it all, hasn't it, Jeremy?
Yeah, it's given us, it's been entertaining. Those are the replica shirts of the Proteas. If you need to buy any one to go, you can get yourself an unbreakable shirt. And it's all in the shops. Macron, the sponsors of Cricket South Africa.
New sponsor coming on board recently.
Yeah, they were the new sponsors on board, and it's worthwhile buying the shirt. South Africa's played good cricket, women and men.
It's also a nice busy summer coming up, so you would want to look the part.
Yeah, Christmas.
If anyone's listening, both Jeremy and myself, I'm a medium. Jeremy?
A tent. I'll be very lucky working at Supersport from time to time. We do get given shirts. So I've got a few in my cupboard that I can wear. It's not a wide. He's changed his position and looked from where the hand was delivered. Exactly not a wide. That's why the new law was brought in. So if you want to have a look at this again, it's no use you getting, I see Bandilia getting all excited there. Need to educate him here.
Oh.
Well done.
Brilliantly gathered.
That's wow. Jones is certainly. Is it Swanepoel, I beg your pardon?
Just showing his experience just with the variation of deliveries. First one was short and wide. Second one a bit fuller and on the legs. Just trying to keep the batter on his toes.
That's what they're going to try and come back for the second. It's not going to work. That's good fielding. That's what experience does. Bowl to your field. Field spread out, driven in that arc. There's no other way to hit it, but straight to the fielder. They get one.
Daniel Smith really frustrated by that last delivery there, but has to tip his cap to the bowler at some point. Want to get back on strike, will the Western Province captain.
Driven again. There'll only be one for Josh Breed.
Really interesting to see how these last two deliveries are going to unfold. Does Daniel Smith go for the big boundary?
Yes, he's got a choice. They've got to get to his 8 deliveries, 35. Boundaries wanted. 2 more, in fact, in this over. Oh, this is excellent bowling. This is excellent stuff from Swanepoel. Bridge too far for Western Province.
Talk about a clinic in death bowling. Just the 2 from it in your last delivery, your last over of your spell, the penultimate over of the game. Could just turn out to be the one that tips the result in the favor of the Lions.
That's in the gap. There's a lot of work to do for the fielders. They'll get there.
Smith's turning for 3, and he gets it. That's brilliant running.
That is good running. Well, the gap was, the placement was good of that, to actually run the 3 and run it hard.
In the first innings, you and I were talking about how you don't really run 3 on this ground, and turns out we've been proven wrong. So now that sets up a really interesting equation for this final over. 32 from it.
Yeah, 32 required. First 2 has to go for boundaries, that's for sure. The first one. And if it can be it will be, yeah, that's where we are. Daniel Smith on 92. What a knock he's played. Absolute captain's innings. And the crucial part for Western Province when they lost the wicket of George Linder, when their partnership was looking to just tilt the scales in the favor of Western Province.
Yeah, really pivotal moment in the game. George Linder and both Daniel Smith really starting to middle the ball, looking very comfortable, had a nice partnership established, and then Linder just got undone by a bit of smart piece of bowling. Up and over.
Now that will go for 4. Smith moves and advances to 96.
Still doable, this?
No, man. No, impossible.
I wasn't the best at maths at school, but if my math is correct, it's still possible.
I don't think so. I don't still think so. That was a good hit, that.
Smashing, and that brings up his ton.
Yeah, it's a well-deserved 100. Magnificent stuff from Daniel Smith.
Also brings up the 50 partnership between him and Josh Breed, where obviously Smith's gotten the bulk of those runs. And a bit of nervy times if you're a Lions fan or player.
Yeah, I am still of the opinion, just a bridge too far. Just swing off his feet. But this was a fantastic, fantastic knock from Daniel Smith. It is absolutely, this is what you call, what cricketers are made of, and he's really tried his utmost. I'll still leave it at that partnership between him and Linder. Linder should have stayed in, and Western Province would have been home, yeah.
But also, I do think that most importantly about Daniel Smith's innings is that he didn't come in and try and just swing his bat at everything. He played the ball on its merit. He played some really classy strokes, some exquisite timing on display as well. And just goes back to what you were saying about the basics.
Yeah, absolutely. Again driven. One ball remaining.
Also just goes back to those 4 drop catches.
Yeah, Western Province, they had only themselves to blame at the end of the day. And that's cut away. It's in the air. Will it run away for 4? It's stopped there, and the Lions at last get a victory here at Newlands over Western Province. But what a knock. Spare thought for Daniel Smith. It was absolutely magnificent to watch.
Brilliant knock of 103 runs, unbeaten 103 runs from 55 deliveries. Just a bit of a pity for the World Sports Betting skipper, World Sports Betting Western Province skipper that is, and just having a look at that scorecard again, just not enough runs at the top of the order. Valentine, Katime and Eddie Moore looked really uncomfortable from the start. Josh van Heerden got a bit of a start but then felt a bit cheaply. Jivishan played 1 of 2. Daniel Smith and George Linder were the ones that really needed to put on a partnership. They did, but unfortunately couldn't carry it through.
Yeah, they couldn't carry it through. As I said, that was at the top of the order. Those two, and both those two batsmen, between the two of them, they dropped 4 catches for Western Province. And that was also that stifled the game a little bit for them not to get to. But if you look at the bowling, Blakey, he got 1 for 30. Swanepoel came back, and the penultimate over was fantastic. Jones's 4 overs, 2 for 34. But Reza Hendricks, he also twisted his arm for 2. Rafiq Patel, he struggled a little bit, but Zakwan Patel, he showed promise. He got the 2 overs, got the 11 runs off his bowling, but then got the wicket, and that was important. So DP World Lions depart here from Newlands with 4 points in the bag and win the game by 18 runs. And what an afternoon of cricket we've seen here at Newlands. We hope you've enjoyed the production with us. We've certainly enjoyed bringing it to you with right at the top, the Lions, and 68 not out from Reza Hendricks, getting to 201 at Western Province, falling short, but a magnificent 100 from Daniel Smith, which will long be remembered, albeit a lost cause. From Newlands to all who love the game, that's what will be happening in the foreseeable future. It's Island Women inbound series. They'll be taking on Ireland, West South Africa, and that will be at Newlands, at Boland Park and at Willowmore Park on the 5th, 7th and 9th of September. And then tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock in Guati, South Africa 1-0 up in the series. And hopefully they can have another good day tomorrow and make sure that they try and clinch the series. So from Newlands, DP World Lions victorious by 18 runs from Newlands. Until the next time, goodbye.
This summer, we welcome the Irish into our beautiful backyard. It's where our spirit is unbreakable, where our support is unwavering, and our vibe is unforgettable.
Incredible, stunning innings!
Our passion, our pride, our drive to win, unshakable. Because when we stand behind our team, they will dare to be unbreakable.
Absolutely sensational. South Africa found a few heroes along the way.
Get behind the Proteas as they take on Ireland in 3 ODIs and 3 T20s this December. Go to cricket.co.za to get your tickets now.
The wait is over and the teams are ready. T20 Challenge is back.
Sun is shining and I feel so good.
Come show us your moves from anywhere in South Africa.
'Cause it's a good day for it, a good day for it.
Meet the stars, feel the vibe, and experience the thrill.
That's huge. That is out of the park.
Support your favorite team in your favorite city.
Brilliant catch.
Bring your energy, bring your passion. Hashtag bring on your moves.
Golden.
Now play for the Hollywood Best Dolphins.
From the DP World Lions,
The Alphabet Warriors.
Gold Rush Boland, World Sports Betting, Western Province,
The Mutiram Tuskers.
Northwest Dragons.
The Momentum Multiplier Titans.
Get your tickets for the T20 Challenge now and be there for the action. Hashtag bring on your moves. Woza nawe.